Wait a bit, I have a problem with my headphones. They're not working at all. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix this. Yeah, they're not... Yeah, they're not... Ah, it was badly, okay. Now it's working, I guess. Let me see. Yeah. Ah, is it working? Okay, it's good. Sorry, I had a problem with my headphones. They're fine now. Okay, don't you worry too much. So yeah. Today is Wednesday. That means it's reaction day. Oh, it's not well reaction day, it's just suggestions and what you want me to do, okay? So I hope you had a great day. I hope you're fine. I hope you're okay and alright. And why aren't letters bigger? Let me just... You know, I'm trying to change the chat to get bigger letters, but it's not working at all. But okay. So yeah, we'll be starting now the reaction time. So yeah, let me just open this already. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is a movie, bro, but okay. Jesus Christ, you guys sent me stuff that's so big. You guys sent... I swear it's not this, bro. Wait, that's not it. That's my... Ah, okay, sorry, I showed the wrong page. Okay, let's do this. It's investigating why so many Amazon workers are dying. 40 minutes. Okay, we'll be like here a lot, but
Since
okay.
2018, countless Amazon workers have been killed on the job.
Sorry, but the amount of work to do this job here, Jesus Christ. You did 3D modeling just for this video.
Countless, not just because the death toll is so high, but because there is evidence to suggest that many incidents have been covered up and withheld from the public eye. 2018
Hope this doesn't
was
get
also
me
the
in
same
trouble.
year Amazon brought one-day shipping to more than 10,000 cities. And since then, Amazon has been put on the Dirty Dozen list as one of the most dangerous employers in the entire United States. The company has
United States. Okay, where is the other ones? What are the other ones? Well, but is it in the world? You know, but this is so bad. What is the list? I want to know what are the most dangerous places.
repeatedly ignored safety standards and has used questionable policies to create a dystopian workplace that controls its employees through panic and anxiety, often forcing them to work through injuries, extreme heat, and even a tornado, all so that customers can get their air fryers in one day. But what makes working at Amazon so deadly? Well, let's examine the deaths that
Bro, but why is this legal? This is not
have
right,
been reported
bro.
and see what's going on. Like in 2013, when Ronald Smith was fulfilling
Oh.
Amazon packages in a distribution warehouse in New Jersey and a conveyor belt jammed. According to a lawsuit from the family, Amazon demanded Herculean production. So, to avoid a slowdown and get the conveyor going again, Ronald tried to clear it. But his arm
no.
got caught and, What exactly happened next is a
No,
bit
he suffered
unclear, but the complaint from
Jesus
his family
Christ.
states that first he was pulled through a gap less than 6 inches wide. Then he fell 15 to 18 feet, hitting the concrete with his head. He was pronounced
No!
dead at the hospital due to multiple blunt force impact injuries. Then there's a worker who died at the end of November 2021. He
Jesus.
approached HR and said, "I'm not feeling so well. Can I please go home?" But he was denied because he had no time off that he could take. This is referred to as unpaid time off, or
Bro, this is so bad. Okay, there's gonna be an ad playing in a bit. I'm so sorry, but let me just... This is the world's most powerful company. Why don't they make like for example, they could make a really good place to work, right? Or I'm being just, I don't know, unrealistic. I just think everyone that has power can make the world better. I'm like, I told here all the time, if I'm rich, I'm going I'm going to make everyone happy. You know? This is not cool. And probably, how much do you think they are really bad paid? You can't call 911? Oh my god! The place is available to work, don't tell me, Jesus Christ. Bro, that's so low, Jesus. Bro, the army treats people better than Amazon. Okay, these guys sue them. Bro, you know, I've heard about that Amazon is going to make everyone go bye-bye and get robots. I don't think robots can work that hard. They need maintenance. You know, they can be machines, but they're like beings. You know, we need sleep, they need, I don't know, software update. I don't know. He's really worrying me. It could be illegal, but why it isn't? We need to protect everyone. I guess. But okay, let's start in a bit. The ads stopped.
UTO, which builds up the more you work. It's what employees must use if they want to go home early, take a day off for any reason, or if they're late for their shift. But if they arrive just 5 minutes after their start time, it's recorded as an entire hour of UTO lost, as it's measured by the hour. And so this worker, who was feeling too unwell to work, he had no UTO left that he could take, so it was either go back to work or be fired.
Stop taking meeting notes.
Bro,
and
now,
let ClickUp AI note
you know
taker
what?
do it for
Yeah,
you.
it could
allows
be.
you to focus on your meetings.
Girl,
Unfortunately-
boy, they damn people, everyone. If the company you work is this bad, and you're working there, and they say you're fired if you need to, I don't know, take a rest, but you genuinely have to. And it's pretty really bad, bro. It's better to get fired. I know that the world is really bad without a job nowadays. Even with a job, it's really hard. Okay, but this is getting crazy. You guys shouldn't get to work on these conditions. What is this?
He was later found dead from a heart attack in a
Bro, no. Please, everyone, put your health first, okay? Don't do this. Okay, don't do this. I was gonna really destroy my health with work too, okay? And my health is already bad. Don't do this, please. You have only one life. And if you destroy your health, your life is gonna be full of suffering.
delivery truck trailer. To add insult to death, Those who were upset by witnessing the death of their friend were told to go back to work rather than being allowed to go home or take even a moment's break to mourn.
What?
A common theme, as you'll see. Then, there's the 61-year-old man who on December 27, 2022, collapsed from a heart attack on an Amazon warehouse floor. According to witnesses, cardboard bins were used to cordon off the area so people wouldn't be able to see the dead body, and the warehouse went
No
on
way! No way! But they left the body there? No, this is so...
business as usual, like nothing had happened. And it seems as though this isn't an isolated occurrence. It's a disturbing trend. In March of 2019, a 60-year-old picker, Joe Bowman, went into cardiac arrest. On the 911 call, a manager could be heard telling another worker to get back to work. Redditors claim this is a regular occurrence. On the Amazon Fulfillment Center subreddit, a death was posted, and people chimed in with their own experiences. Someone died at my fulfillment center and work didn't stop. They just moved people from the area. Someone died at mine and they just put a slippery floor sign next to the body.
No way.
Yep, that's what they did at my location too.
Bro, no, don't work on these places.
And
Jesus Christ.
Comments, one employee talked about yet another death at their center. From what I gathered, it was a member of the maintenance team, and he was found in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. I can't fathom how management just sent everybody back to work without so much as making a statement or addressing what was going on. But the problem isn't just how Amazon responds
That's a lot
to
of
deaths on the
people
job.
already.
It's the company policies that may be causing these deaths in the first place. In the same warehouse of that previous 911 call, another death occurred a few months later in September of 2019 when 48-year-old Billy Foister checked into the warehouse's medical clinic, AmCare. These facilities are staffed by on-site medical representatives, or OMRs, who are supposed to be trained EMTs. Billy came to them complaining of headaches and chest pains. Chest pains are never something that should be ignored, by the way, and you should seek medical help right away. AmCare checked his blood pressure, said he was dehydrated, gave him beverages to drink, and sent him back to work. Unfortunately, a week later while on the job, he suffered a heart attack, and it took a whole 20 minutes until someone found him. They tried to administer CPR, but by the time he got to the hospital, he was pronounced dead. And this is unfortunately all too common. Medical concerns being brought to AmCare don't always end with death, but the seriousness of the problems are often ignored. It's why a lot of people complain.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you something. This is really bad if it's on Amazon, like, Jesus Christ, they should do better. But the part of ignoring, like, these serious issues is kind of recurrent here. Like, for example, one of my people of my family actually warned the doctor of signs of, a stroke. And the doctor ignored her and gave her a medication that would cause her a stroke. Later, like 1 month or something, she got a stroke. And she survived, actually. And Jesus Christ, yeah, in general, nowadays, sometimes doctors and stuff don't really care. But yeah, that's another stuff. But Amazon should do better, actually.
About AmCare. Like on Reddit, the main complaint seems to be that AmCare is quick to give employees a clean bill of health even if their injury or symptoms are severe. Like one employee who allegedly received a foot injury while on the job. They iced it and told me it was a sprain and sent me back to work.
What is a sprain?
I was in so much pain, but they literally were like, sprains hurt, you'll be fine. So I went back upstairs and finished my 12-hour shift. I even asked them if I could go home because it hurt too bad. And they said I could, but that I'd have to use my own UPT/PTO. They stayed home the next 2 days because of the pain and struggled to get any workers' compensation. In the end, after finally seeing a doctor, they were told they had broken their foot. They really don't care about us at all.
Of course not.
Of course, that's Reddit, so it's hard to validate. But OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, has investigated AmCare several times, and their findings only reinforce this worrying trend. At one warehouse, they issued a warning stating that Amazon's AmCare returned injured workers to their regular jobs, which resulted in health outcomes such as worsening of the injury, exacerbation of pain, and limited recovery from work-related injury/illness.
This exists Department of Labor. Okay, they should do something then, right?
Then there's also Bobby Gosviner, an Amazon warehouse employee who spoke with CNBC for an expose on Amazon's injury rates. He described how one day the conveyor belt broke, and led to a pileup of boxes that looked like a tornado had gone through the warehouse. That took more than 4 hours to clear. Because of the twisting and bending at the rapid pace that was expected of him, he got a pain in his back. When he told his manager, the manager tried to downplay it, saying it would take a lot of paperwork. His manager asked if he could take an Advil, put ice on it, and get back to work, which he did. But by the end of the day, he couldn't move his right arm, and he woke up with excruciating pain the next day. Turns out, Bobby had a herniated disc. He had to wear a brace and have a surgery to get a plate and 4 screws surgically inserted into his neck.
I've been exposed.
Bro, do you know how much that must cost in money? Like, the guy probably had to pay for the surgery.
Enjoyed it so much.
He was awarded.
Bro, imagine, here in Portugal is free this stuff, this care, but you know, the guy got even worse injured. The company said no law, keep working. And then the guy had to pay for this. Literally, the company should pay for this, but okay.
Permanent partial disability, where he got money and benefits through workers' compensation. But injuries seem all too common at Amazon
I got
fulfillment
compensation,
centers,
thank you.
which reveal a deeper problem within the company's exploitative management tactics.
Walmart!
In 2021, the
You're telling me Walmart is dangerous too?
Strategic Organizing Center, a coalition of labor unions, released a report about Amazon's epidemic of workplace injuries. They found that compared to Walmart warehouses, a company equal to them in size and scope, Amazon had more than twice the amount of injuries each year between 2017 and 2020. And not much has changed since 2020. Senator Bernie Sanders launched an investigation in 2023 and
wasn't this a guy a meme? I remember it being a meme some years ago.
Found that Amazon's injuries were 30% more than the industry average. And in the Strategic Organizing Center's report from 2024, when they conducted a survey of Amazon workers, 37% of them claimed management pressured them to work before they felt ready to do so. In fact, when compared to injured workers at other warehouses, injured Amazon workers take 52% less time off to heal. But there's a deeper problem with Amcare and Amazon policies as a whole. It's actually stated right on internal documents that employees are not allowed to call 911. And as you can imagine, this policy has deadly consequences. On January 18, 2013, Jeff Lockhart Jr. was a temporary worker for the Chester, Virginia Amazon Fulfillment Center who had collapsed during his night shift. While other temporary workers were let go after the holiday peak season in January, he was kept on, giving him hope for permanency, something he wanted. Amazon's internal report marked him as a consistently high performer. He was known for moving quickly up and down the aisles of the 18 football field-sized warehouses to pick all the items as fast as he could. Because of his speed and his size, at 6'3" and 300 pounds, he earned the nickname Tornado. Before he got the job in November, he had been jobless for a few months and desperately needed a way to support his family of 3 children. 2 of these children were his wife's from a previous relationship, yet he adopted them and treated them the same as the one child they shared together. Because of the long hours he had been putting in, he and his family were going to meet after a shift for breakfast.
Is this a Shrek though? One thing. I forgot what I was going to say, sorry.
At Shoney's, a classic American restaurant. Unfortunately, he would never make it to that breakfast date. At around 2:30 a.m., he was found unconscious by an employee on the 3rd floor in aisle A215 under shelves of heating pads and Tupperware. The employee didn't call 911. This is the procedure according to Amazon brochures. They state, in the event of a medical emergency, contact security with "Do not call 911," all in red, underlined, and with an exclamation point. It goes on to state that security and/or Amcare will provide emergency response.
What happens if I call? If I work there, they would fire me? At least I saved a life, I guess. I don't know. Better than nothing, saving a life.
Which goes against standard CPR protocol. One of the first steps before starting CPR is to call 911. Dr. Mikhail Varshavsky, better known as Dr. Mike on YouTube, states, "You're not actually saving someone's life by doing CPR. You're buying them time. So delaying the ambulance by even a second is extremely dangerous."
But when Amcare is faced with an emergency, they may not be able to handle it. Many of them are EMTs. However, unlike the brochure might imply, they're limited in what they can do. as their hands are tied. As one Amcare worker explained in the Amazon FC subreddit, by law, because we lack a medical director, we are not allowed to operate at our license level, EMT or higher, and are
Why?
instead restricted to first aid only. Another Amcare worker explained that one of the tricky parts is us not having great diagnostic tools. Even our blood pressure cuffs are the cheap automatic ones, and I'm not even sure if the pressure dial is accurate. I don't even have access to bag valve masks or Narcan. A UK Amazon employee
I want to tell something. I never bought something from Amazon, I guess. Because it's quite expensive here. And yeah, we don't do much. I just order from stores like or I'll go to the physical store, or I go to a place that I order, and they will order from that small business and stuff. I will get it.
employee named Mary spoke
I only bought on eBay.
to the Tribune about how the real reason for all this is that it may be part of a cover-up. She says that they're discouraged to call 999, the equivalent of 911 in the United States, explaining they don't really want ambulances to come on site. Sometimes they will offer to pay for the taxi. They started doing it after there was something in the papers about Amazon calling too many ambulances at their site, likely referring to when The Guardian reported in 2018 that during the span of 3 years, UK Amazon warehouses called 600 ambulances. Mary also explained how a colleague of hers had signs of a stroke. She called her doctor, who said she would need to go to the hospital. The colleague told Amcare, and they said they wouldn't call an ambulance, and she would have to go on her own, all to keep their ambulance numbers down. So, when our temporary worker, Jeff, was found unconscious at 2:30 a.m., it took a whole 9 minutes for them to finally decide to call 911. It took paramedics a total of 20 minutes from the moment that Jeff collapsed for them to reach him. Even though Amcare provided CPR and used the defibrillator, unfortunately, Jeff didn't make it and passed away from an irregular heartbeat, according to the medical record. Meanwhile, his wife and children had been left with grief and no means to support themselves financially. Jeff's father went to Amazon and asked the managers what the company would do for their son's family.
Nothing, of course. Bro, this is so sad. No way.
And their response was, "We'll see what we can do." But it seems as though nothing was ever done for them, except for some cash his fellow employees were able to gather together for the family. And it's not the only death potentially caused by the 911 policy. In 2018, 61-year-old Mike Galask worked at a Murfreesboro, Tennessee fulfillment center. First, when he was found, security was informed as per the policy, but they struggled to find a communication device, as cell phones weren't allowed. One security guard finally called 911,
cell phones aren't allowed?
For some reason, put 911 on hold to never return. Then, afterward, someone else called. According to ambulance records, it took 5 minutes for them to call 911. Unfortunately, he died of cardiac arrest. Now, by this point...
If people are getting so many cardiac arrest stuff in that work, that's something bad, bro. The people should get some rest.
In our investigation, perhaps you've been noticing a pattern that many of these deaths are related to heart conditions.
Yeah.
Well, that may be because work-related stress is known to exacerbate or even cause cardiovascular diseases and irregular heartbeats. According to the CDC, work is linked to about 10 to 20% of all cardiovascular disease deaths. They attribute it to 10 work-related factors, including long work hours, high performance demand, and low job control. Amazon warns new employees that the job will be physical, but what they don't warn them about is the stress. Due to multiple dystopian management techniques, Amazon has purposely created one of the most stressful workplaces out there. To start with, Amazon...
one day I was gonna work in a place, they were warning that it's gonna be really physical. And that work, first I had to get a train, practice for some months with someone, and I had to get classes for a day in some specific place. It's kind of weird, I know. But after that, I would work full time and then only partial time. They're always partial time. And then when I was on the interview, they were talking about you have to lift yourself alone with no machine 20 kilos of fish. Some people know I have really bad health conditions. It got worse, and it even causes me have problems walking and stuff. And I have back problems and surgeries and those things you put in your body. And I said, yeah, I can do that. But they rejected me in the end of the day because I didn't have a car. But the people actually, how can I tell you? They have like this system of days you can have out and in. And there's something called here, in June and December, people receive double, okay? And they don't want to do that, so they pay them like a little thing to compensate over the year. And the problem is that it looks like they pay you a really big money, but in the end it's the same money everyone gets. And I didn't go work there. I was really mad because I needed to get cash, I didn't get it. And people still complain about the stress, and it's like you are in a way forced to smile and be well all the time and be fast. You have to be fast enough on everything to get a promotion, okay? It's kind of hard. It's kind of like this, but geez, this is worse.
Amazon uses a new style of invasive surveillance in order to optimize their workforce. They have installed a vast camera system in their warehouses, which use AI to track their employees' movements. Each worker is then issued an item scanner. From the scanners, they are given a task such as retrieving an item. When they pick the item, they scan it, and the scanner then records the time between scans. Once a task is done, you're immediately given a new task, and an anxiety-inducing countdown timer starts ticking down. This is all according to an expected rate. You see, management sets a rate for you, which can change day to day, even hour to hour, without warning. If you're picking boxes from the shelves, it may be as high as 80 boxes per hour. That's 45 seconds per box. If the countdown timer hits 0 before you're able to scan another box, the scanner gives you a warning that you've taken too much time off task, or TOT, and it will alert management. At one warehouse,
I did what I could. Jesus Christ.
A shift that they could be off task, and if they racked up too much TOT, they could be fired. A policy which has put many employees in deadly situations. Even bathroom breaks count towards your TOT. This means you're at a disadvantage if you need to go to the bathroom often, or if you're far from a bathroom in the massive warehouse. Author James Bloodworth investigated workplaces for his book, Hired 6 Months Undercover in Low-Wage Britain. He worked at an Amazon fulfillment warehouse and discovered on a shelf tucked away was a bottle full of urine. He realized that the fear of getting fired led some workers to urinate in bottles in the name of efficiency. Even if it's an action that isn't directly condoned by Amazon, they've created the environment that leads to this mentality. Some will even purposely not intake.
Isn't it the biohazards having like urine in the warehouse? Bro, that's even worse. But okay.
Take fluids while on the job to avoid TOT, leading to dehydration. If you hydrate, eventually you've got to use the bathroom, said Stephen Hicks, an employee for Amazon. He explained how he didn't like using the bathroom outside official breaks to not hurt his rate. It makes me afraid, mentally and physically exhausted, said Hibek Mohammed, a stower from a Minneapolis Amazon warehouse. Workers have described the environments as Lord of the Flies-esque, where the weakest are picked off one by one. With a few mistakes, you could be terminated suddenly, with about 1 in 10 Amazon workers will get fired within the span of a year. If the Amazon automated system determines your productivity is low, it can even let you go without any human input. Amazon worker Danielle Olayiwola explained, "You're being exploited because they know you're a hard worker, and then once you break down, they're like, oh, well, we got a good 6 to 9 months out of you. You're out of here, and you're literally just used."
There's no compensation for that.
Panic that puts a physical and mental strain on workers every hour of the day, even during off hours. Hibek Mohammed added, "I feel, and a lot of workers they feel, even when they're sleeping, that they're docking to try and hit their rate. Because they're worried about next week what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what I finished this week. Next week if I hit the rate, if the rate will change. And managers are watching you and coming to you all the time. You feel like someone is watching you while you're sleeping.
Bro.
Emily Gwendelsberger, author of On the Clock, What Low-Wage Work Did to Me and How It Drives America Insane, also went undercover at Amazon. She explained, "It took my body 2 weeks to adjust to the agony of walking 15 miles a day and doing hundreds of squats. But as the physical stress got more manageable, the mental stress of being held to the productivity standards of a robot became an even bigger problem. You can't slow..."
Bro, okay. It's a low-wage job. You work too much and you die. What's better? Wait for a job that's good and will be with you for the rest of your life, or work a job for like some 6 months and then you die and then life is over. Don't work on these places, please.
Slow down if you're tired or hurting. It's why some employees have shared stories about how they've broken down crying at work. Speed is the priority, so they can get packages out for 1 or 2 day shipping. This leads to stress and mistakes, which leads to injuries and death. And this problem extends out to their drivers as well, who use a navigation software called Dora or Rabbit. It both recommends and monitors routes for drivers, tracking their every turn. The software gives them a 30-minute lunch and 2 15-minute breaks, and they're told that 999 of 1,000 packages must be delivered on time or face termination. When you're driving a delivery van, barreling down the road, the pressure to perform means there are a lot of mistakes and potential deaths involved. Like in August of 2020.
Don't worry working on places like this. Bro, don't work on places like this. I know life is so hard, but does it compensate in the end working in here? No. In general, works jobs that promise stuff and they're just really bad.
22, a 2-year-old girl was playing outside in a parking lot when she was fatally hit by an Amazon driver trying to get their packages out on time. She was declared dead on the scene.
Bro.
It left the family grieving, unable to sleep at night, saying, "There are no words to describe the amount of pain." They wanted to sue Amazon, but they ran into an issue of liability. While they were an Amazon driver, they didn't technically work for Amazon. That's because as a means to extend Amazon's network and to keep their hands clean, Amazon has turned to outsourcing some of their deliveries to independent companies. They provide them with all the technology to monitor their drivers, provide routes, determine how many packages must be delivered in a day, and decide on what vans to use and how the drivers must dress. Then they leave it up to the company on how to maintain their workforce. As you might imagine, with Amazon being the majority or sometimes their sole client, these companies will do anything to keep the contract to deliver these packages, even if it's at the expense of the workers. As a result, they take on the deadly Amazon mentality of optimization at all costs, without even realizing it. They've been reported to have forced their workers to skip meals, urinate in bottles, speed to make deliveries, and not wear seatbelts to get out of the truck faster. This resulted in the horrific loss of an innocent life in December 2016, when a driver named Vladimir Gray flew down the Chicago roads, trying to deliver all the packages in time for Christmas. Amazon Echo speakers were the hot item that year. They even sold out. However, in the rush, Vladimir hit Telesfora Escamilla, an 84-year-old grandmother who was walking at a crosswalk. He crushed her diaphragm, ribs, and skull. As she lay dying in a pool of blood, he leapt out of the van and screamed, "Oh my God." After police arrived, he tested negative for drugs and alcohol, and was later charged with reckless homicide, which he would be acquitted for in 2019. When the family of the deceased sued Amazon, the delivery company, Inpax, and the driver, Amazon claimed no responsibility, as it technically wasn't their driver. In response to BuzzFeed and ProPublica reporting on this and other fatalities caused by drivers of Inpax and 2 other companies, Amazon dropped these companies, further distancing themselves from blame. As a result of losing these contracts, a total of more than 2,000 workers from these companies lost their jobs. One step Amazon took to allegedly make things safer for the delivery drivers was to install an AI surveillance system in 2021 called Netrodyne. It's designed to make the drivers much safer on the road by capturing violations like texting on your phone, staying too close to cars, and not using your turn signal. In theory, this should make things safer for the employees and pedestrians alike. The problem is, it tends to punish drivers for mistakes they didn't make.
like how one driver in Los Angeles kept getting violations for not maintaining a safe distance when he was constantly being cut off, or another who was using his phone for directions. And even with the AI surveillance system, Amazon drivers are still causing deaths on the road. In November of 2024,
This is horrible. Why so mean? I can't say anything, bro. I can't change the world yet. The world is so mean to people and living beings in general. Why?
an Amazon driver hit and killed a 79-year-old woman who was crossing the street. He fled the scene and allegedly continued delivering packages. It's unclear why
Jesus.
he kept delivering packages, but one might assume it was due to the pressures of the job. While narcotics were found in the van, there's no report of him being under the influence at the time. In this case, surveillance didn't help make things safer, but
Okay, and that is going to start. Oh my god. Don't risk your life for a job. You know, my dad did that. He didn't die, he's still here, fortunately. Because there was this warning. There's now, because of climate change, there's bad storms here. Really bad storms. And the government prohibited people go to work, okay? In those areas that there was a storm. My dad, for him, like, job is life, okay? He's like that. And he went out and he had to come back because all the roads were closed and stuff. He had even a special paper that they gave him to work while on the storm. And police was, like, checking him all the time to see if it was not lying. In the end, there was no way for him to go. And yeah, it was really bad. But because of that, the guy had to work like an extra shift. Like 16 hours, like, poor guy. But don't risk your life for a job. Jesus. I know money is something really important nowadays. But money isn't everything. But it is at the same time. It's something so hard. But please don't suffer like this. Or soul. For me, it hurts so much seeing these people die. Because of, and why is there a fly there? It's a big one, but okay. But in the end, these innocent people die because some billionaire wants to, right? Come on, is it that hard to have like a job that respects people? For example, there are some companies here that are known as like the best companies to work at. For example, the company gets good money for their sales, so they apply that to get really good conditions for their workers. Okay, they even have a park for them, even have game rooms, they have everything for them. And yeah, why don't they do that? They're even richer.
Perhaps that's not the ultimate goal of surveillance. Like in the warehouses, it may just be another means to track their employees, to make sure that speed is always the #1 priority. Ultimately, it's not just one thing that contributes to these deaths. It's a culmination of policies, poor safety practices, and the stress-inducing environment. So, will Amazon ever be held accountable for any of this? Well, not if they have anything to say about it. On September 24th, 2017, 59-year-old Philip Lee Terry was working a shift at an Amazon warehouse in Indiana. He was told to fix a forklift. With a wrench in hand, he passed under the forks with a platform attached to it. That's when the 1,200-pound piece of equipment fell onto him. It took 2 hours before someone found a pool of blood, with him in the center of it, dead. It's unclear why with all that surveillance, he wasn't found until then. But regardless of why it took so long, OSHA Inspector John Stallone arrived the next day. He noticed that a pole that was designed to hold up the forklifts, as per safety regulations, wasn't used. Either you need to prop up the
Why?
forks, or more ideally, never pass underneath them. The hydraulics can give out, and the equipment on the forks can fall on you. Again, it's hard to speculate why Philip didn't follow regulations, but to quote one Amazon employee, it's incredibly hard to meet rate while following all safety procedures.
True, yeah.
But on top of that, it was also discovered that there was no written record of Terry having received any formal training. So he may not have known what the safety procedures in a situation like this were.
Oh, the guy
Inspector
didn't know,
Stallone
bro.
said that safety was second to production demands for Amazon. Due to the inadequate training, OSHA fined Amazon $28,000, a small fee for the
Only?
$2.5 trillion company. Stallone did want to raise the
bro.
fines, but got pushback. Feeling something was off, he started recording the conversations he had with his boss. Rightly so, because eventually his boss asked him to shift the blame from Amazon to the employee and to lift the fine. This was in a recording he shared with Reveal, an independent news organization. His boss wanted to partner with Amazon to help them become a leader in safety. She
What
went on to
does-
say that Terry was likely on drugs, even though the coroner
No,
said
it
there was nothing
wasn't.
but nicotine in Terry's system. There was a reason for this, according to Stallone. Amazon was looking for a place to set up their new headquarters, and the city of Indianapolis was a finalist. Stallone had a meeting with the labor commissioner who stated it would be nice to get the headquarters and asked Stallone to back off from the investigation or resign. Shortly after, Stallone's supervisors said he was going to be terminated for job performance issues, and so Stallone ended up resigning. Then he reached out to Reveal and provided the recordings. But sadly, nothing came out of the exposure. And a year
Why?
later, with Stallone out of the way, Amazon signed a deal
Come
with
on.
OSHA to waive away all of the
Is-
fines.
this is still
and put the
happening,
blame of
right?
this
So-
incident entirely on the deceased employee. And ready for the real kicker? In the end, Amazon didn't even choose Indianapolis for their headquarters.
Why?
And it wasn't the only time OSHA was steeped in corruption with Amazon. Like during the blistering summer of 2022, when
Oh, no.
3 workers died within the span of 3 weeks in Amazon warehouses across New Jersey. Temperatures during those 3 weeks were excessive, ranging from 90 to 97 degrees Fahrenheit. The first death took place on July 13th, the second day of the Amazon Prime Day
Thank you,
sales
Bot, for
event.
commenting.
During the pandemic, Amazon's 2022 Prime Day event garnered $11.9 billion, an increase of
Ooh.
62.8% from the previous year's revenue of $7.31 billion. So one could assume the workers at the Carteret, New Jersey Fulfillment Center probably had their hands full. Rafael Ronaldo Motafria had been complaining about the heat in his unconditioned workspace. Co-workers said he was pleading for fans, but he was told to work through it. Then he collapsed and passed
Oh,
away.
no.
Then, on July 24th, at the Robbinsville, New Jersey Amazon warehouse, Roger Boland fell off a ladder and hit his head, dying
Oh,
in
man.
hospital 3 days later. And on August 4th, at a delivery facility in Monroe, a man named Eric Vadinsky was hospitalized and died 4 days after, but not much more can be found about this incident. OSHA investigated the 3 deaths. They claimed that Raphael had a previous heart condition which led to a heart attack, and Amazon wasn't held responsible, again,
Oh, come
even
on,
though heat stroke is known to cause heart attacks. Then when OSHA investigated the second incident of Roger, who fell off a ladder, it's reported that OSHA was denied access to the room where the accident occurred. until a few
Why?
weeks later, once the heat had died down. They determined that he had died of a seizure, but the doctors
come
noted
on.
that he had an extremely high body temperature, and he had died of a brain injury due to the fall. So it could be possible that he was affected by the heat wave somehow. But regardless, Amazon wasn't deemed responsible. For the
Why?
third, not much is known because no information was released. But as you might expect, Amazon wasn't held responsible. What's more odd is that OSHA's reports are supposed to be made public after their conclusion, yet only the report for their first death was released, which is why Warehouse Life, an Amazon workers' rights group, filed a request under the Freedom of Information Act to release the other reports on August 14th of 2024. OSHA never responded, which prompted the workers' rights group to file a lawsuit in November. As of February 2025, the reports still haven't been released. Amazon went on to state they bear no responsibility for these deaths, and
Of
wish
course
these
they have
tragic incidents wouldn't
responsibility,
be twisted
bro.
into something they weren't. But these deaths most likely could have been avoided if they had better working conditions, with proper air conditioning. And this wasn't the only time that Amazon has forced their employees to work through these intense weather conditions at the expense of their lives, all in the name of maximizing profits. In fact, just 8 months prior, Amazon warehouse workers were told to keep working during the deadliest December tornado outbreak in U.S. history. It was December 10th, 2021, in Edwardsville, Illinois. The day was warm for this time of year. The weather was ominous. The last 3 days were filled with warnings from meteorologists, with forecast models showing severe weather. But with the holidays looming, it was peak season, as Amazon referred to it, with temp workers hired and regular employees working overtime. There was even an added incentive for the drivers. If they could deliver 200 packages that day, they would get a $25 gift card. So it wasn't uncommon for the drivers to stuff their vehicles with several hundred boxes at a time. One driver, Deontay Yancey, was out delivering packages without his coat since it was oddly warm out. But as he dropped off the packages one by one, the customers would look at him surprised. "Why are you still working?" they would ask. All he could do was shrug and say, "Because Amazon wants me to." Perhaps it had something to do with the tornado warning put out that morning. The warning was set to a moderate risk, which is actually quite high, being level 4 out of 5. Damaging gusts, large hail, and a few long-track tornadoes during the evening hours were predicted. All the while, Amazon warehouse workers and their drivers, under the watchful eye of their managers and AI surveillance, ready to catch any infraction, were still trudging.
Sorry. What brand is that? Okay, just on me that question.
Along, trying to avoid bathroom breaks and meet their rate as time counted down on their displays. At 5:30 p.m., a tornado watch was fully in effect as supercell thunderstorms spread across Missouri, and by 7 p.m., they were making their way to the St. Louis metropolitan area, near the Edwardsville Amazon warehouses. Leslie Campbell, an Amazon worker who was off that day, used to chase tornadoes as a teenager, but this storm was unlike anything she had experienced before. It became pitch white from the rain, she explained. It had a weird feeling to it. It was around this time when sirens started to blare in nearby areas. Texts between an Amazon driver and her supervisor were obtained by Bloomberg News, revealing the frightening situation. At 7:08 p.m., the driver texted her supervisor, stating, "Radio's been going off." The supervisor responded with, "Okay, just keep driving. We can't just call people back for a warning unless Amazon tells us to do so."
Bro, no
As
way.
the winds picked up, the storm got worse, and warnings were becoming more frequent. At 7:35 p.m., a tornado touched down in St. Charles County, 48 miles from the Amazon facility. This was the first one to hit the area, and many more tornadoes would come. In fact, it ended up being one of the deadliest Decembers on record. An EF4 touched down a bit earlier at 7:07 p.m., south of the facility in Arkansas. For reference, EF5 is the highest the rating can go. This one in St. Charles was an EF3, still dangerous.
This is so depressing. I'm gonna cry.
165 miles per hour. It flattened 2 homes, leading to 1 fatality. It was around this time when the employees of the National Weather Service took shelter, and their colleagues in Kansas City took over the tornado watch. Meanwhile, 3 employees at the Amazon warehouse asked to go home to shelter, but were threatened to lose their job if they went home. Something similar happened to the driver, as revealed by her texts. At 7:40 p.m., she talked to her supervisor again. "Tornado alarms are going off over here. Just keep delivering for now. We have to wait for word from Amazon. If we need to bring people back, the decision will ultimately be up to them. I will let you know if the situation changes.
They're gonna let people die in the storm.
Now about it. How about for my own personal safety, I'm going to head back. Having alarms going off next to me and nothing but locked buildings around me isn't sheltering in place. That's wanting to turn this van into a casket. Hour left of delivery time, and if you look at the radar, the worst of the storm is going to be right on top of me in 30 minutes. It was actual sirens. If you decide to come back, that choice is yours, but I can tell you it won't be viewed as your own safety. The safest practice is to stay exactly where you are. If you decide to return with your packages, it will be viewed as you refusing your route, which will ultimately end with you not having a job come tomorrow morning.
Okay, bro, your life is more important.
Except these sirens weren't just a warning. And what the supervisor failed to understand was that being in a vehicle is actually the worst place you can be. It can throw you around. If you find yourself in a car during a tornado, drive at 90 degrees away from the tornado's path. But Ideally, try to seek shelter in a building, putting as many walls between you and the tornado. A center room, ideally in the basement, away from windows if you have a storm shelter like many homes do in this area. That's obviously the best place. But she didn't have anywhere to go. Going under nearby overpasses or bridges wasn't safe. The worry is debris from the side, not above, and they can act as tunnels, accelerating winds, so they end up being more dangerous. Lying under her car was bad too, as the car can roll on you. It's best to find lower ground if possible, then duck and cover. If there's really no other option
fly?
And no low ground, stay in the car, seatbelt on, stay below the windows, and cover your head with your hands, or ideally a blanket to avoid broken glass. The supervisor kept telling her to shelter in place, even though she kept telling him there wasn't any shelter. With the storm 30 minutes away, she may have had time to go back. However, in the end, not going back to the facility actually may have saved her life. The text also revealed that strong winds had just hit the facility, tearing down one of the garage doors. The EF3 tornado luckily lifted at 8:01 p.m., and then another EF3 tornado came down at 8:27, this time about 3/4 of a mile from the Amazon facility, and it was heading right for them. Clayton Cope, a 29-year-old U.S. Navy veteran who worked at the Amazon facility, was described as the person who would always put a smile on your face.
Aww.
His parents were watching the news at the time, which told them of the tornado that had touched down. A red line of its predicted path sent it right through the facility. So one of them picked up the phone and called Clayton. Luckily, Amazon's ban on cell phones was temporarily lifted during the COVID pandemic. His mother explained, "We told him the storm was coming and he needed to take shelter. He said he needed to tell someone." That was the last time they ever spoke to him. In
No
warehouse
way.
DLI-4, one of the 3 Amazon warehouses, sirens were going off, and it was chaos. Reports say that the tornado warning came about 10 minutes prior to the tornado's touchdown, but to get word across the entire warehouse, which was the length of about 3 football fields, it was a significant challenge. Plus, they were caught in the middle of a shift change, so people were in the process of arriving and leaving, including the drivers. As per their emergency action plan, they were supposed to use a megaphone. Unfortunately, it was locked in a cage and nobody had access to it. So they resorted to yelling, especially because they needed to tell people where to shelter. That was problem number 2. Illinois and the surrounding states are especially prone to tornadoes. Normally, they see an average of about 60 tornadoes a year. But in 2024, there was a record of 142 tornadoes. Yet, when Amazon driver Yamarco Hickman was asked if he had ever done a tornado drill, he said, "No, I just froze. I was pretty much kissing the concrete." None of the employees interviewed afterward ever recollected doing a tornado drill. In fact, their written emergency action plan didn't provide a location either. Driver Jada Williams described the event. "It was so many people yelling and screaming. I was trying to calm people down. I started having an asthma attack."
Bro, I know I'm not pausing the video and talking because I'm so scared. Poor people. I don't want to cry, but Jesus, this makes me emotional.
But those who did know where to shelter yelled out to go to the bathroom, which was the shelter area, but not a proper storm shelter. The third problem was that the warehouse had 2 bathrooms, one in the north side and one in the south side. Only the north side was the designated shelter area. 39 employees made their way to the north bathroom, but without clear instructions, 7 employees went to the south bathroom, including Clayton, the Navy veteran. Meanwhile, just outside the warehouse, the tornado had begun ripping electrical poles out of the ground and throwing cars in the parking lot into the air. Then, the vortex crashed into the building. The 7 in the non-sheltered bathroom were huddled together near the west wall, and it was that wall the tornado hit first. Craig Yost, one of those 7 in that bathroom, said, "I saw a flash of lights and a flicker, and I took a step to my right, and the wall fell on me."
Jesus!
The 40-foot concrete wall slammed inwards onto those 7. Craig Yost found himself crushed by the wall as the tornado took a slice out of the warehouse, tearing off the roof and shredding the rest like paper. Driver Jamarco Hickman described the fear and the sound: metal getting twisted, chaos, hearing those walls collapse, the sounds of the loud roar of the tornado when it slammed into our building, and you just don't know. Anything could fly it.
Bro, but
As it left,
why a
only the
shelter
north
is a
side of the
bathroom?
warehouse remained. where 39 employees survived. The tornado then traveled northeast 10 miles, spewing debris from the warehouse all along the way before lifting at 8:32, 5 minutes later. At 8:35 p.m., the first call to 911 was made, and 6 minutes later, emergency services responded. Craig Yost, still pinned under the wall, could do nothing but wait. He was still very much conscious, and he remained there for hours. He thought he was going to die, but thoughts of seeing his wife and family again kept him going. He focused on his breathing as he was being crushed by the wall. As he waited, the little room he had was getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, the wall started to crush his head.
No!
He was terrified. Luckily, emergency crews got him out just after midnight, and he was airlifted to the hospital. Crew kept searching the rubble for people. Eventually, they found the 6 remaining people who had hid in the south bathroom, all of them dead.
No!
Clayton's body was found at 4:30 a.m., and his parents, already on the scene, were devastated. Aside from Clayton Cope, the 5 others who died at the Amazon warehouse were Deandra Morrow, Kevin
Come on,
Dickey,
this is so
Etheria
depressing.
Hebb, Larry Verdon, and Austin McEwen. Meanwhile, Craig's lower body had been crushed, suffering from bruises, cuts that needed stitches, and fractures. He had to undergo emergency surgery for his hip, but he recovered and felt lucky to be alive, while mourning his friends and colleagues who passed. When all was done, the central United States had a total of 66 to 71 tornadoes in the span of 2 days,
Jesus!
becoming the deadliest December tornado outbreak.
But they can't make like companies just say it's illegal to work on storms. That should be illegal. Don't you think? I think it should be illegal.
In U.S. history, with 89 deaths and $3 billion in damage. The following day, the man ultimately responsible for stress-inducing AI surveillance, unhumanitarian approach to employee safety and health, ambulance avoidance policies, and collusion with corrupt OSHA officials, Jeff Bezos, posted on Instagram about Blue Origin, his vanity space venture. Happy crew this morning in the training center,
what the
it said, with him smiling with the soon-to-be astronauts. All the while, emergency crews were still trying to find life.
This is so
under the rubble
dystopian,
as
what the
employees and
hell?
families mourn the dead. He did eventually release a statement that night, though, claiming he was heartbroken. A few months later, Dan Bruno, a first responder and engineer who was on site that night, sent a memo that the building's support columns weren't anchored to the foundation, a building code violation. Because of this and the actions taken by Amazon to keep their employees working despite the numerous warnings, the families of the victims and the surviving employees filed lawsuits for wrongful deaths and emotional trauma. They targeted Amazon and the company that built the facility. They claimed in the lawsuits that Amazon prioritized profit over safety.
Don't
and
you tell me.
specifically mentioned the employees who were threatened to be fired if they left. In 2023, they settled with the builders, and as of 2024, the lawsuit against Amazon was still pending. OSHA did an investigation into the Amazon incident and had a so-called scathing report, pointing out the issues with the megaphone, the lack of tornado drills, and the lack of proper information in the emergency action plan. However, OSHA only suggested Amazon take action to fix these problems, and no fines were issued. When
come
Senator
on!
Bernie Sanders investigated the company's injury rates, he found some very disturbing facts. Released at the end of 2024, in it, he explained how Amazon discourages workers from seeking outside medical care and that many workers have been fired while on medical leave. Plus, Amazon knows of the connection between their fast rate of work and rate of injuries, yet refuses to do anything about it for fear of hurting productivity and thus company profits. Instead, Amazon's going theory is to blame the employee's frailty as the main factor responsible for injury while on the job. That's why Amazon has created a wellness program where employees are encouraged to stretch and eat right to help combat the working conditions. And while that's great and all, it fails to touch on the core of the problem. It is important to note that in recent years, Amazon has tried to improve their safety, partly by replacing their employees with a robotic workforce. On their website, they state, "Our goal is to be the safest workplace within the industries in which we operate." And
bro, you're
Jeff
the
Bezos
worst, I guess.
We are going to be
I'm gonna
Earth's
eat
best
something, I'm so
employer
hungry.
and Earth's safest place to work.
Bro,
They
no way,
specifically
that's
said
gonna
two
be the
factors:
safest place.
Reportable incident rate, basically anything that needs more than first aid, and lost time incident rate, injuries that take time away from work. Both have improved since 2021, claiming that this means their workplace is getting safer. But as we know, they often push workers to work, even if they have an injury, which would skew the data. Also, Senator Bernie Sanders' report stated that Amazon manipulates its workplace injury data to make its warehouses seem safer than they actually are, which could mean that they're covering up not just injuries, but potentially a lot of deaths. Which wouldn't be surprising, because news organizations like The Guardian or workers groups like GMB Union need to acquire 911 call logs and ambulance reports to find out what is actually going on inside these warehouses, which conveniently won't exist in many cases. And if Amazon faces lawsuits, fines, or public scrutiny, they deny and appeal it every time. When they get their way, they place the blame on the employee or third-party companies, all to wipe their hands clean. The employees could benefit from having unions, but Amazon has taken a very strong anti-union position, highlighted in one of their managers' training videos. It states, "We do not believe unions are in the best interest of our customers, our shareholders, or, most importantly, our associates." Managers are then told to listen for union words like living wage, grievance, or contract and react accordingly. In fact, in January of this year, when an Amazon warehouse in Quebec, Canada became the second in the world to ever successfully unionize, it was shut down, along with the 6 other warehouses in the province, putting about 4,500 workers out of a job. The union leader, Felix Trudeau, called for a boycott. Amazon's fatalities are clearly linked to how little regard they have for their employees. As one worker said, "We're not treated as human beings. We're not even treated as robots. We're treated as part of the data stream." So next time you find yourself reaching to open up the app with the smile from A to Z, an alternative is to try and support local businesses in person or online. Another way to cut out an unnecessary middleman like Amazon is to go to the product on Amazon and then buy directly from the company selling it, if they have an online website to order from. Unfortunately, our dystopian future has now become our dystopian present. But that doesn't mean things can't change for the better. And one of the things we can do is to try and avoid supporting the corporations that have put us here. Speaking of which, the only way to get to keep making videos is if a certain corporate overlord and their almighty algorithm sees that our viewers, like you, have hit the like button, subscribed to our channel, and most importantly, watched another video. Thanks for watching.
Bro. Bro, yeah, don't support Amazon. I don't buy anything from there because it's crazy expensive for me. Try to support small business, even though they're quite expensive, I know. Or go to alternatives that are, better people in the world, I guess. But oh my god, so many deaths. Hello, how are you? This is so depressing. So many people die. Jesus. Oh! Thank you. But yeah, thank you for sending me this. It's so depressing. Thank you. Okay, now we have... what is this? The most gangster grocery store on earth, Costco. So as you know, there are no Costco here in my country, so yeah, I will learn a lot because of this.
The only grocery store on the planet that makes almost no money from selling groceries, yet is
let's
one of the
go.
most profitable grocery stores on the planet through nothing other than psychological tricks and magic. Today we're talking about Costco. We all know what Costco is because the members of Costco never shut up about Costco. They're just out there in the world roaming around, non-ironically wearing clothing from Costco's in-house brand, Kirkland, desperately waiting for anybody to ask them what Kirkland is so that they can inform and educate, preach the gospel to these non-believers that Kirkland is actually manufactured by name brand manufacturers and the products are cheaper and better than any other name brand product. And if that's not what they're up to, they're out there flashing their Costco membership card, trying to use it to get laid, and it's worth.
Really? There's no way. Is this a cult? This looks like a
A
cult.
shocking amount of the time, apparently. And there's a good reason for that. Costco is selling all of its products at a net zero, meaning they don't make any money when they sell you something. In fact, some of their items they even sell at a net loss, meaning the more they sell, the more money they lose. Yet somehow they still manage to pay all their employees well above their competitors and have a net profit of over $6 billion a year. And I'm going to explain how
Okay, where they get the money?
From our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Rocket Money, your all-in-one finance app that's going to help you cancel subscriptions, lower your monthly bills, and overall manage your money better. Rocket Money covers pretty much everything. They will let you monitor your credit score. They help you manage your budget by letting you see all of your expenses in one easy location. And then if you want them to, they can actually go in and help negotiate a lower price on some of your bills, like your cell phone, for example. And they don't just save you money by negotiating down some of your bills. They also help you identify and cancel a bunch of subscriptions that you probably didn't even know that you had. And this is my favorite part because me and my wife, mostly my wife, has a horrible habit of signing up for
Is that the
free
real
trials
gun?
and apps and then forgetting to cancel them. But luckily, Rocket Money's here to let me know that I've been spending $7.99 a month every month for the past 3 years on some photo editing app that my wife used one time for an Instagram post. Yeah, babe, what's up?
How many guns did you buy this year?
No comment. Wait, what? How do you even know I'm talking about you right now? Did you bug my office?
A, don't worry about it. B, keep my name out of your mouth.
Wow.
All right. I gotta finish the ad. I gotta go. Love you. That could have went better. Anyways, if you want to take control of your finances today,
Oh wait, and now is gonna start. Sorry. Okay, Leonardo da Vinci appears. Ice Cube. Soul Price, I don't know who is these people. And Jeff Cagle, I don't know who it is. Okay, people love Costco, I guess. Probably this is only on the United States because wait, I'm eating. Even though I wanted this to appear here, so I know what it is, probably it will not because the prices will be way different and it's a different country and continent, so yeah, it will be hard to make it here. You know, the only stuff that's from United States that we have here, it's the restaurants like Wendy's and KFC, Taco Bell, McDonald's, Burger King. Yeah, it's only that we got here. We don't have much more than that. But probably it's really hard to get this stuff here. And yes, some foods and drinks are here, but they're really different in composition. And some of them never get to be here. You know? What is this? Cocaine? Okay, that's weird. Okay, the ad is over. Okay.
go check out Rocket Money. I will have a link in the description down below. Let's get back to the video. There's a baby monitor in my office. All right, so Costco. Our story begins in 1954 with a man by the name of Saul Price who convinces his mother-in-law to buy a warehouse as an investment property. However, mother-in-law wasn't a commercial real estate mogul and had no idea what to do with this warehouse. So Saul Price is like, you know what? Fine, I'll rent the warehouse from you and I'll put a business inside of it. Don't know what it's going to be yet, but I'll figure it out. He then stumbles across a brilliant business known as Fedco, which is essentially a large in-bulk grocery store that offers very, very cheap groceries to its members, and the only way that you could be a member of Fedco was to work for the federal government. So Saul Price approaches Fedco and is like, hey, you guys have a great business model. I've got a big empty warehouse. Let's partner together. We'll make this a Fedco also. It'll be great. Fedco is like, nah, we're good. At which point Saul Price is like, okay, that's fine. Well, I'm just going to steal your business model because you can't patent selling groceries at a discount to members. So I'm going to open up my own equivalent of your store called FedMart. The only difference is instead of selling groceries cheap to members, I'm going to sell groceries really, really cheap to members. Like I'm almost not going to make money off of selling groceries, and I'm going to charge them a $2 membership fee. Okay, and this business model seems kind of weird, but it's actually genius. Okay, Leonardo da Vinci once said that simplicity is the ultimate form of sophistication.
There's here Leonardo da Vinci.
Business model. If you don't know, grocery.
So probably, for what he's saying, this place you can only go if you made something. Okay, it's like exclusive place.
Stores are probably one of, if not the most competitive retail environments on the planet. The profit margins on food and grocery stores is so razor thin, it's crazy. And what FedMart has done with this business model is essentially said, I'm not going to compete in this highly competitive environment. I'm going to sell my groceries at net zero. I'm not going to make money. I'm just going to break even on everything I sell, and I'm going to make all my money off of charging a monthly subscription fee of $2 to let everybody shop at my grocery store where my stuff
okay.
Any money off of it. I have no profit margin there. So if the customers shop here enough, they're going to save enough money to offset their membership fee, saving money overall. I'm going to make money, and it's a win-win for everybody. In its first year of business, FedMart does 4 times its projected amount of profit, and they end up opening a bunch of more stores within a couple of more years all across the United States. Within 5 years, by 1959, FedMart goes public and continues to be outrageously successful. Fast forward to 1975, a German conglomerate company buys up the majority of the stocks in the stock market, and they assume control of FedMart. Now, these German investors assume control of the company, and naturally, they're like, wow,
nice
brilliant business strategy.
Cool.
It's so
nice
simple,
hats too.
It's physically painful. All I have to do is change nothing and rake in money. But you know, it'd be cooler if we re-German engineered the entire thing. I bet we could get 3% better performance if we made this like 1,000 times more complicated. So that's what they did. They German engineered the company, and by 1983, completely out of business and shut down. So Saul Price is like, I made a ton of money going public with my business. They ruined it. It's closed down. There's no other company like mine. I'm going to start the exact same company all over again. So he buys
never give up,
and starts Price Mart with the same exact business model.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
What is this?
Toothbrush play Billie Eilish.
Now, around the same exact time, Saul Price's old protege from FedMart, a guy by the name of Jim Senegal, ended up opening up his own business with his business partner, a lawyer by the name of Jeff Brock. And that business was Costco, that also had the exact same business model. So Costco and Price Mart end up being competitors for a little while, and then they eventually end up merging together, and they form Price Costco, and then it just becomes Costco, and this is what we have today. And modern day Costco really hasn't changed their business model. They still run a net zero on almost all of their products, and they make 92% of all of their money off of membership fees. So if Costco
but how do you?
They have to A, maintain the members.
But how much it costs to be a member on that?
They have, and B, get more members. So how do you do that? You be competitive. You have the best prices, which check Costco already does because they run everything at a net zero. They're not making money. You can't get better prices than what Costco already has. So what else can they do to improve their business? They have to make shopping there fun, and that's exactly what they do. Okay. And this is where the psychological warfare and magic comes into play, all right? Because the second you walk up to a Costco, you have to pull out your membership card, and on the back side of those Costco membership cards, it's literally a photo ID. Like, you're not getting this exclusive club unless you are a member.
Never cross the rope.
No, but my friends are on the inside.
Lose them.
Hey, watch it on a bleeder.
Okay, so right out of the gate, you already feel exclusive. You feel like a boss walking up to the bouncer at a nightclub, and he just opens up the velvet ropes for you and waves you in because you're a member. And the psychological warfare just keeps going from there, right? Because the first aisle that you walk into, by design, is the expensive electronics aisle, okay? You sitting there, you're looking at like, oh, shit, do I need a $4,000 TV? I probably shouldn't. Okay, I'm not gonna get the TV. And then you go about your shopping and you think you did a good job, right? They did that shit on purpose because now you think to yourself, oh wow, I just saved $4,000 because I didn't buy a TV the size of my garage door. So now
But you don't need to buy it.
likely to impulse buy something else for yourself because you feel like you just saved $4,000. So all of a sudden, that $80 purchase that you're going to splurge on doesn't feel like a big deal, and that is what makes the shopping fun. Within 3 minutes of stepping inside Costco, they've already made you.
When he told about it being fun, I was thinking about games and stuff, and I didn't think it was just psychological.
Feel like an exclusive member of their club, and they have convinced you that this is no longer a shopping trip. This is a trip where you get to treat yourself.
3 words for you.
Okay. Oh my god.
And now they're about to turn the entire shopping trip into an adventure because Costco uses what they call the treasure hunt strategy, which basically means Costco is constantly moving around all of their items to different locations. So no matter how many times you go to Costco, you never know where you're.
But look, for the way it looks like inside.
Okay, you're on a constant hunt for the milk, the eggs, the bread, and then you're running across like LED high-speed internet toasters for $80, and you're like, holy shit, I need that. And while that's going on, you've got an army of old women.
Okay, the way this looks, there's like these stores here called I'm gonna speak on Portuguese, okay? There's these places that are the lojas de fábrica, and that means they get the stuff directly from the factory. And they put it there. So they sell really big quantities for like a really low price. But here looks really good. The Costco looks great, but here like it's all dark. Okay, looks like some warehouse in a way. But it's so kind of scary to go there because it's so dark and there's almost nothing there. Like light and sound and stuff. So yeah. Here it looks really cool, but it reminds me of that.
Constantly trying to give you samples of food.
This is not pudding.
And while that's going on, there's no lull in the action. There's never a delay in the adventure that you're having because Costco doesn't have very many items, okay? Costco, on average, has about 3,700 different items available in one of their stores.
Look, this is big. They have more items than any store I have here. Let me think. Yeah, they have more. Wait, I'm thinking about all of them. Yeah. Maybe 1 or 2, maybe not. Yeah, maybe store maybe that has that. I'm not saying like the stock, I'm saying the brands and the variety, but Jesus Christ, that's a lot.
Stores compared to like Walmart that has over 50,000. Okay, this means there's no choices to be made, right? A normal grocery store has an entire aisle of 700 different types of salad dressing. You know what Costco has? A fucking pyramid of ranch. It looks like you're getting the
Let's
ranch.
go!
Keep the adventure moving. But I like having a lot of options. No, you don't. I know you think you like options, but you don't. People's actions say otherwise. Almost nobody appreciates having options.
Okay, one thing about that. Okay, so I talked about lojas de fábrica that they buy from direct stores. But those types of stores that just have one thing, actually I think there's one store that has that. Here where I live, okay? It's not like a small job, it's just a big company. So they have everything of their brand, so they only have that option. They only one option. If you want, I don't know, yogurt sauce, you have only one. You can't choose more because they're just exclusive to them. Everything is exclusive to them, unless it's Nestle stuff. If it's Nestle stuff, yeah, they. Yeah, for what I saw, Nestle is everywhere. I guess it's the only brand in those places that actually appears. That is not from the brand itself, but yeah.
Watch this, I'll prove it to you. I'm gonna call my wife and I'm gonna very tactfully give her 0 options about where we're gonna go to lunch today. And then I'm gonna call her tomorrow and I'll edit it in and I'm gonna give her all the options in the world and we're gonna see which one she actually prefers.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, guess where I'm taking you for lunch?
Where?
Mexican restaurant.
What is that?
Ooh, okay. I'll be ready in 15 minutes.
All right, love you.
Love you, bye.
See you in 24 hours.
Don't tell me I actually
Clicking the
waited
Add
for
Note
that.
taker is different than all the rest.
Also, what
It
was
allows you
that
to
place he
focus
was
on your
talking about?
meetings,
Is that a
not-
restaurant? Good. Let's.
Hey, I'm hungry. Where do you want to go for lunch?
I don't know.
You want Chinese?
No.
Mexican?
No.
Burgers?
No.
Italian?
You have those
All right,
options.
you figure out where you want to go and then let me know, okay?
Okay, fine.
All right, love you.
You have those options like Mexican and stuff. Here you have like I don't know the stuff there is. Actually, just call the restaurants. I don't know. They sell
Moral of the
everything.
story, whether people know it or not, they actually hate having too many options because it makes you think, and when you have to stop and think, you have to stop, which breaks up the action, right? If you're having sex with somebody, you don't want them
What?
right in the middle of it to be like, hey, did you lock the front door? Like, I don't give a shit. Unless there's a Velociraptor that kicks down that door, I'm in the middle of something right now, okay? Let's keep doing this.
That's
And this is
a
true for,
example,
almost
but
everything, right?
okay.
You think Ice Cube would be one of the greatest rappers of all time if right in the middle of his song, Today Was a Good Day, he stopped and gave you a fucking pop quiz on geography? No, just enjoy the song and listen to it and you're happy. So when you're shopping at Costco, this is an adventure. This is a treasure
Okay,
hunt,
looks
and
good,
there's
store.
no thinking and there's no breaks in the action ever. You're having a blast. And if that wasn't enough, the aesthetic of the overall store is absolutely incredible. Remember going to a normal grocery store when you were a kid and your mom couldn't find something and she goes up to the employee and is like, do you have this? And they're like, no, we don't have it on the shelf. And your mom goes, she says the magic words, oh, can you go check in the back? And you're like, the fuck is, what's in the back? What's going on back there? Guess what? Costco, you're in the back, okay?
Yeah,
I'm
basically
99%
that's-
sure that we're living in a simulation, and Costco is the spawn point for all of the stuff. I mean, it's gotta be, right? Costco's got like food and clothes and electronics, you know, the common loot, but they've also got the rare shit that you can go find. So when Mrs. Fat Electrician gets sidetracked smelling 15 different types of candles, I'm going on a side quest to find something cool. What am I looking for? I have no idea. I'll know when I find it, okay?
Okay.
Costco's the only grocery store on the planet that you can just wander off and end up finding a signed jersey
Oh, no
from Magic
way.
Johnson in 2024 when he retired in
It's
1996, okay? You're just looking at it like, what is
What?
happening right now?
I have to
and
go
then you
there.
look over and you're like, oh, there's a ring that costs $340,000.
Why?
And you're just looking at it in your hand like, this literally
Why is
costs
that there?
more than the house that I live in. I'm fucking stealing this. And you're like, no, I can't. You put it back, and now you feel like a good person, and Costco is boosting your self-esteem. So you get done shopping, and then you realize you're hungry. You have developed an appetite from adventuring for the past 2 hours, and holy shit, Costco has a food court. So you go over to the food court, and you're like, you know what? I haven't had a hot dog in 15 years. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna order a hot dog and a soda. They ring you up at the cash register. It's $1.50 for a hot dog and a soda, okay? And just to be clear, this isn't like one of the normal little bullshit hot dogs that you like give to the kids at the barbecue while all the adults are eating steaks and burgers. No, this is
I
a
don't know
fucking
what
hot dog
was
she
that, but
tells you not to
okay.
worry about, okay? This is a fucking, you went to a baseball game and got one of those big ass novelty hot dogs, size hot dogs, and that plus a soda with free refills was $1.50. So then, because you're a good person, because you didn't steal that ring, you politely inform the cashier, I think you messed up and accidentally gave me the hot dog for free, and that's just the tax. And she's like, no, it's $1.50. We haven't raised the price on the hot dog combo since 1984 when we
Let's
came out with
go.
it because of the principles of the matter. Do you understand how crazy that is? 1984 was 40 years ago, okay? We've had more inflation than that house from the movie Up since then. and they
Jesus
refuse to raise
Christ.
the price, okay? Dollar Tree is now $1.25 tree, and this hot dog is still $1.50.
Yeah,
so
they-
go home full
I
and
saw-
happy, but still fat.
I saw videos of people going to Dollar Tree. That isn't in my country, okay? It's only, I guess, United States. I thought everything was gonna be $1, but no, they're more. Isn't that kind of bad? Actually, there's a store here that they open, and they say that everything is maximum €2, and I go there. Okay, hello, cutie, how are you? And I go there. And the prices are like $1.99, $1.99, $1.99. And then I go there and I saw like a huge sofa. You're like, no, wait, it's €2. No, it's like 50. No, they were lying.
fascinated by this $1.50 hot dog, so you decide to look into it. How is it possible? Was that actually meat inside that hot dog? What is going on here? And then you Google it and you hear the famous Costco hot dog story, okay? Apparently, the higher-ups at Costco came to the owner, Jeff Sinegal, at this point in time, Saul Price's protege, and they're like, we gotta sell this hot dog for more than $1.50. At which point, Jeff said, and I quote, "If you raise the effing hot dog, I will kill you."
Let's go.
Whatever you're thinking, you better think again. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to head down there, and I will
This
rain
is
down
going
a
well.
fucking
Thank you.
firestorm
How are
upon
you?
I am talking scorched earth, motherfucker. I will massacre you. I will fuck you up.
My God, calm down.
Em VOD
Oh my
PT,
God.
até menos 40% em tudo. Aproveite já.
Sorry.
So that's what Costco
Proceed.
did. They figured it out. And what is
Oh, you're
probably
so
the most
cute.
gangster
You're
way
adorable.
possible, right? They didn't want to sacrifice the quality of the hot dogs and have just horrible hot dogs. So they're like, you know what? The only thing we can do is to build our own hot dog manufacturing facility. And one
Let's
of them's not gonna be
go,
enough. We're gonna
no
build two of
way.
them, one in LA and one in Chicago. And then we can control the price of hot dogs. And this figure it out attitude doesn't just stop at the hot dogs. When Costco wants something done, they get it done. Okay, here's another example. They wanted to build a new Costco in LA. And here's the problem.
Okay.
Getting anything done in the state of California, especially a major city like LA, is an absolute nightmare. California is not rated very well as far as being business friendly goes, and it just takes forever to get anything done, right? You want to put up a new building, you got to have environmental impact studies, all this other bullshit. You got to pay a bunch in fees. It's just a complete nightmare, and it's going to take 20 years for them to put up a
No, that's so
300,000 square foot
bad.
warehouse. But they had a new rule that due to the housing crisis, they would expedite immediately any projects that had affordable housing. So Costco is in the process of building a Costco in the middle of LA that has fucking apartments on top of it, just
Let's
so they can
go.
start slinging $1.50 hot dogs. In conclusion, Costco
No
is
way,
the
these
most
guys are
gangster grocery
genius.
store on the planet. Their slogans are "Do the right thing" and "More is more," and that about covers it. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over the
Bro, if imagine if the apartments that are gonna be up on Costco because it's gonna be a building with a store, they're cheap too. Like, oh my God, you can only rent if you're a member.
thefatelectrician.com, and from now until August 30th, every single item purchased out of my merch store, whether it's a sticker or a hoodie or a shirt
Stickers?
or a beer koozie, is going to get you one entry to win a custom Steelhead Outdoors Fat Electrician gun cabinet. And second place is
Gun
going to get a
cabinet?
custom Steelhead Outdoors Fat Electrician pistol box, and third place is going to
Okay,
get a
this is
big
literally
jacket
for
from
gun?
Rolex, my
Real
favorite
guns?
sausage company. So yeah, go buy some merch. Thank you for watching. Quack bang out.
You know, it's kind of crazy because here guns are illegal. I only saw them on games. You know, it's kind of crazy to see one. Yeah, but those are rented, you know? But no, sweetie, how I can tell you? If you saw the video, you'll note that Costco wanted to build something on LA. And you can only build something really fast on LA. You have to have now affordable housing. So the guys, to get around that law, they made like apartments, but the base is Costco. So they could actually do that path and having affordable housing without those taxes and stuff. So they just played the game, and yeah, basically was that. That's genius. Okay, now we have Aldi. Yeah, there's one that's gonna open here, so I'm really excited to go there. Let's see what they have. If it's true that they have the best pastries. You're adorable.
All right, Unhinged Case Studies, Grocery Store Edition.
Duck.
Today we're talking about my favorite grocery store. Ladies and gentlemen, Aldi. I'm probably going to refer to it as Aldi's.
What is that? Is that badges?
50 times during this video because I'm from Iowa and that's what we call it here. Anyways, first a disclaimer and an ad. I'm not affiliated with Aldi in any way, shape, or form. They have not paid me to say anything I am about to say. I am, however, affiliated with today's sponsor, my favorite sporting goods store, Shields. They are legitimately the best sporting goods store that I have ever been to.
I don't know any of this, but okay. Quack, you're so cute.
All across the United States, but if you can't make it to
Dogo?
one, they have an even better online store with price matching and satisfaction guaranteed. I'm gonna have that link down below. Let's get back to the video. Aldi is a grocery store that does things different than any other grocery store that I've ever been to, and that is probably because they were founded in Germany in 1946.
Yeah.
If you don't know, World War II ended in 1945, and living in Germany right after World War II was straight up not a good time. A ton
Don't tell me, bro. Look at that.
Jesus.
Jesus.
To rubble during World War II, and the entire country was going through a humongous economic depression to the point that people were doing the whole stereotypical wheelbarrow full of money to buy a loaf of bread thing. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm
No
putting down,
way.
I'm trying to tell you that the founders of all
European standards for shops. Kinda, yeah.
And obviously they did a good job at it because Aldi is...
Wait, I need to see this. Legends. Number of blah 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 blah. Okay, the more are in Florida. And these places don't have, I don't know why. Okay, I guess if you want to go to Aldi, go to Florida, because I think they're everywhere.
Is a humongous chain of grocery stores today. So how
kind of shop in America?
A successful chain of
maybe
in Germany in 1946.
Do they have Lidl or Mercadona, Intermarché, Pingo Doce, Continente?
They said we're not going to have 50 different
Amanhecer, oh my god.
We're just going to have one of everything. Like instead of having 15 different types of peanut butter, we just have one type of peanut butter, and that's how they.
Yeah, basically, is that how stores work here? Depending on the stores here, it's only Lidl, Mercadona that do that, but if you go to Intermarché, Pingo Doce, and Continente, they have a ton of brands. So yeah, this is kind of how it works sometimes. Yeah, Aldi. Look, the thing is that the Aldi has the same types of levels than Lidl.
By focusing their buying power. Now, that's the simple part, but where the true genius comes out is that they realized that they weren't going to make a lot of money per customer, so they had to maximize the amount of customers that they had. In order for that to happen, they realized that they needed customers to get in, get their shit, and get out so that more customers could come in. So they German engineered this entire grocery store to streamline the entire shopping experience to make it as fast as humanly possible. And oh boy, did that work, because in the first 10 years, they went from one grocery store to 300 grocery stores.
What?
Then the two brothers, Carl and Theo, got in a huge fight because one of the brothers wanted to have cigarettes in the grocery store and the other brother adamantly was opposed to it. So they decided that they were going to split their massive business completely in half. They were going to have Aldi's North and Aldi's South. They literally just drew a line across Germany.
Okay, that's the one that's in here. This one I didn't know it even existed.
All these grocery stores are mine, all the ones down there are yours. Yeah, capitalism and communism are split in Germany east to west. Aldi's is splitting it north to south. But here's the thing, the brothers didn't have a falling out. They still worked together and they still wanted the other brother to succeed.
Ours are
They were
north.
constantly sharing information with one another, and they would come together to make offers with manufacturers when they were buying so that they could utilize their buying power together. So you have Aldi's North and Aldi's South, basically the same thing. The only real difference is one sells cigarettes and they have a slightly different logo. Now, in America, due to trademark law, you can't have two grocery stores with the same exact name and a slightly different logo. So in America, we have Aldi, and then we have Trader Joe's. But really, it's all just Aldi, and they kept to the principles of cheap and fast until modern day, which is something that no other grocery store in America has managed to do. Not only have they not managed to do it, they intentionally do the opposite. Pretty much every other grocery store on the planet has figured out that time equals money, and the more time you spend in their store is the more money they can get out of you. Okay, I know that you've been in one of these gigantic grocery stores, but I'm gonna go ahead and break it down for you anyways, okay? You walk through the door, congratulations, you've just entered capitalism's obesity thunderdome, because everything in this room is pretty much designed to hurt you, more or less. The first thing you're gonna notice is that you're there for milk. Well, congratulations, the milk is all the way across the store in the far back corner, and they stuck it there on purpose because they know you need it, and now you have to walk past every fucking aisle in the store to get to it. And pretty much every single aisle there is full of products where they have hired a psychologist to design boxes with pretty colors to trigger your lizard brain to being like, oh my god,
lizard brain?
They're trying to get you to buy as much shit as humanly possible on your way to get milk, bread, and eggs. And I know what you're thinking, all those fancy marketing tactics don't work on me. Maybe, but hear me out. Next time you're in there, just do some people.
Well, if you're really I'm gonna tell you that doesn't work with me and my family because you're adorable. Thank you. Because if you're really strict on for example money, you can't buy more. You know, we just buy what we need. For example, when I go out, we only buy stuff for my grandma. That's basically medical stuff. Okay, we can't just buy more stuff if you want to. Okay, we don't do that. We can't. So that's you know, you have to be really bad financially to not fall for those things. You know,
people watching, you're going to notice that a portion of the population, their brain can't handle going to a modern grocery store. They turn into zombies. They're pushing their cart, veering side to side. They can't.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, but you know, I always think when I go buy something is this. I'm watching Aldi. We watched at Costco, and I think it's amazing they made the buildings just to have a store there in Los Angeles. And I watched the depressing video of Amazon too. That one was really sad. What was I thinking? So imagine, when we're gonna buy something, imagine it's cheap, okay? It's cheap or something, it's appealing, but think. I always do this because sometimes people want me to try new restaurants, it's places and stuff. I always think. I have to know that someone that are. So how are they? Ooh. I also read the article on Zelda. I wrote something in the videos. I like them a lot. The Costco one was really funny though, but I still want to know how it costs. How much it costs us to be a member on Costco? You know, is it expensive? Because if they get money from that, you know, I'm really liking these videos. Yeah, and so I always do. For example, a creator tells me, "Look, this thing is good." And I believe him and I buy it, okay? I have to have someone that I trust to tell me that thing is... No way! No way! And bro, no, that's like almost my electric bill. But my electric bill is higher. No way. Does it go well? You know, in a way, yeah. In a way, if you don't have to pay rent, and that is going to start. In a way, that's a good price, I guess. You know? I don't know. Maybe it's too much. Yeah, it's a little too much for us here in Europe. Depending on the country you are. Also, so yeah, I only buy stuff. For example, I have these, 20 types of gummies, okay, and brand. They all appealing. They all with some deal. I don't buy them because I'm always like, does it taste good? I'm afraid, okay? So I only buy the stuff when I have the money, when I really want to, and when I know that I will not waste my money. Because I don't want to waste food, you know? That's why I always buy the same stuff from the same brand. And usually I go always to try on the cheapest brand. Because if the cheapest brand is good, then the expensive one is cool either, you know? And so I go to the cheapest one, of course. Okay, a Costco membership costs $65 per year for the Gold Card and Business membership, while the Premium Executive membership is $130 per year. The annual fees may be subject to sales tax depending on your location. Hey, bro, it's for a year? I thought it was for months. That's good, I guess. Hey, that's good. Don't worry, I will wait for you. Yeah, no, that's a good option. Nah, I would go there. Yeah, that actually is good pricing. For a year? No way, to get like a hot dog for $1.50. Let me see. If I only survive of Costco hot dogs, it's like $5 per day. I spent €150 per month $1 per month to keep me alive if I only live off hot dogs. I think like this because sometimes I have to think on the cheapest food that there is, and I have to calculate how much of that same food I have to get, like rice or pasta, so I can cook and don't waste much money. Okay, it's kind of weird, but something I do nowadays so I can keep money in check. But yeah. Okay, I was telling that membership is really good and I would buy it if I was in America or if there was in Europe.
Straight as their heads turning to look at all the different pretty colors. There's people straight up just standing still at a wall of cereal like...
Bro, there's no way. Yes, I post them all on YouTube. They're all there. And thank you for the sequence. Okay, sorry for this. Dogo.
As their brain...
Okay, with cereals is another thing, okay? Because I love cereal. Cereals are different, but the problem is it's so expensive, like €3 for 100 grams. Or something. I know. I have to buy 1 kilogram for €3. That's why I only buy cornflakes nowadays. Because they're cheaper.
Tries to calculate and process all this.
Oh my god, I love cereal! I don't have any more and I only buy them when I get someone in the end of the month. I will buy another kilogram of cornflakes because they're the cheapest one with biggest quantity, I love cereals.
This information regarding what type of Cheerios they need. There's people standing there with 2 different types of ranch in each hand, probably.
I don't think there's Cheerios in here. If there are, they're really expensive, so I didn't try them yet.
From the same exact factory with the same exact ingredients, but they have different labels on them from different companies, and they don't know which one is going to be better for them. It's like the
cheapest one
from Greek mythology. They go there for one thing.
You got 5 boxes of cereal. Oh, God. What's your favorite cereal? But I'm too far away, don't worry. Don't, I will get some in the end of the month. My favorite ones are the honey stars, honey balls, chocolate balls, chocolate flakes, rice something. I really like to eat Fruit Loops. 10 bags of cereal. Oh, you're so lucky, bro. Here, I'm gonna show you, bro. Wait, I'm gonna show you how much it costs, like a bag of cereal. Gonna tell you here, it's so bad. Yeah, press Portugal. Bro, no lying. I'm not lying here. It's just... Come on, don't do that. 6 gallons of milk. Here it's like 1 liter, and it's so expensive. Look, a box. Okay, a box that is really thin. Okay, they make this thing huge. And they're like 100 grams or something. €4. Oh, this one is... Oh, look. What is 375 grams? Oh, this one is cheap. Okay. Okay. What is so cheap? But it's on 270 grams, you see? It's so expensive. They're so expensive. Especially the Nestle ones. Oh, there's Cheerios here, okay. How much it costs? What? And it's only this. Like, it's so expensive. And look at this beauty. Oh, this is the biggest... Oh my god, look at this, I love cereal. $5 per gallon. How much is a gallon? How much it comes? in a... How many littles? Okay. We for a... Okay, for it depends on the brand, but for example, it's like 89 cents. Okay, it's kind of expensive for you then. Okay, it's like €1 per liter. €3. €3 and something. Okay, it's kind of cheap then, the milk, but it depends on the brand. You know, these ones are the most expensive ones. Because they're different. Actually, they're even more expensive than that. But yeah, we generally go to these ones that are the brand of the place, that are cheaper there. And this is a great mug. Oh my god. Yeah, we don't say... Late crew? Bro, what? No way. Late crew? Late crew virou moda. Oh, bro, that's some stuff. My country is crazy now. Jesus Christ.
And then they're stuck there for all of eternity. It's literally purgatory. This is why every other grocery store in America isn't just a grocery store. They also have a coffee shop and a little restaurant and a florist and a pharmacy and a bank.
Okay, yeah. He is talking... The only place I know that does all of that is Intermarché. It has a tobacco store, as a bank, as a... it does also, I think, a pharmacy, a hairdresser, it does an electronic store, it does a cafe, restaurant, bank, and you have the main place too. It's store brand wholemeal. Okay, it should be cheaper than... Okay, what is this bug? What is this? Jesus Christ, there's some crazy bugs here. I don't know where they came here. Is milk goods here there? I don't know. Here, I think the milk is different.
Where you can cash your check. They're trying to get any excuse to get you to come into their store for a second, because they know once you set foot in there, you're going to be in there for at least an hour and a half trying to figure out what type of products you need. And if that doesn't convince you that they're trying to trap you in there, checking out in a grocery store today will, okay? The first thing you're going to notice with your cart full of groceries, there's 30 different lanes. One of...
Okay, then. I have to try it. Oh my god, it looks so good. Look at the color, so beautiful.
Them is open, and it's the one furthest away from the door. So obviously you're gonna have to spend some time waiting in line because there's only one checkout register open, and it moves slower than the DMV in Zootopia. And while you're...
It's vitamin D whole meal. Oh my god, that looks great. I need vitamin D. As you know, I'm always at home because it's expensive to go outside. You know, I could go to my garden and my fields, but it's been really bad weather, so everything is like muds. But yeah, I need vitamin D. That's Target. Okay.
You're waiting, you probably couldn't help but notice that there is a mountain of candy on either side of you as they desperately try to make that one last sale. But you avoid temptation, and it is now your turn. You're up next. You are getting checked out at the grocery store. You're almost out of here. And that's when you realize that this has now turned into an interrogation. Okay, they're going to open up by taunting you. They're going to say something along the lines of, "Did you find everything you were looking for today, sir?" They know.
No.
They know you found everything you were looking for because you just stood in line that says...
Vitamin. Differently. Is what vitamin, vitamin.
I found all the shit I need.
I have to learn.
Go ahead and rub it in your face because they knew it took you forever to figure out which flavor of ranch that you wanted. And just for the record, when I say they're taunting you,
there are ranch flavors. Also, what is ranch? Is ranch good? I don't know if they're... yeah, they have now here, but I never tried it. It's called Rancho, the second to last. Bro, I'm so confused right now.
You know, I'm not talking about the
vitamin
cashier themselves. They're just doing their job. They're doing what they're...
Okay, thank you. I will not try it then.
They were told to do. The CEO,
but I never tried it.
On the other hand, is laughing his ass off at you. I was a cashier at a grocery store for 5 years, and in 5 years, 0 people said they didn't find everything they were looking for. Okay, that entire question is just a fuck.
Okay, I will not try ranch. Thank you so much.
With you. But this is the portion where they're going to start playing hardball. They want to harvest as much information as possible. It's going to be like, oh, did you have our fucking little super duper saver card?
You know, but I trust you because for example, people here love tremoços, that's food here. Love castanhas and stuff like. I don't like it. Everyone is gonna say, it's amazing, bro, you have to try. No, I don't like it, but you can try it. I can try and say if I like it or not, okay? But I trust you because there are things that everyone likes, but you cannot like. Like, no, wait, that's true. You can, first of all, put the sauce in a pizza is really weird for me. I never tried that, and then putting ranch, oh Jesus Christ, that's crazy.
Where you spend $800 in groceries and we give you like 12 cents off of a gallon of gas, and you're gonna be like, no, I don't. Oh, did you want one? No, I don't, because I know for a fact that as soon as I give you my name, my email address, my address, and my phone number, you're gonna turn around and sell it to a data broker, and then I'm gonna have robots calling my phone for the next 10 fucking years, because that's exactly why they asked for that information, so they can turn around and sell it. Because there is a total of 0 gigantic superstores that are giving away
ranch is supposed to be used for salads. So why are they using for pizza? I don't know if ranch is, the only sauce I use for salad. It's something called Greek yogurt sauce that they say is the healthiest one, and I like it because it's it's the same flavor than those sauce that we put here in our potatoes, like McDonald's potato. They have this option for that kind of yogurt sauce, and it's so good. It's the only one I tried because I'm afraid to try something else.
Shit for free, okay? Nothing is ever free. If it's free, it's because you're the product.
They decide to make it to a dipping sauce. It's supposed to only be dressing for salad. What is a dipping sauce? Okay, I will try and figure out what that is.
No, they're going to shame more money out of you. They're going to hit you with the old, did you want to round your total up today for puppies with maggots in their eyes? Really? You're gonna hit me with that with a full line of people behind me? For real? Every time we get all the maggots out of a puppy's eyes, we...
A sauce you dip stuff on. Okay, it's a sauce you put stuff in. It's like a build your sauce thing, like Build a Bear, but it's Build a Sauce.
Donate it to an orphanage so they have some type of family. Also, by the way, fuck, fine, okay, I'll take the money, whatever, just give me my groceries, I have to go. Okay, so that's your average grocery store, but Aldi's on the other hand.
You wet stuff on the sauce to eat, like ketchup. But I don't use ketchup like that. I use ketchup as a dressing. Not for salad, of course, but for pasta. Well, that's weird. The only sauce I use both is Greek yogurt sauce.
Hand is a goddamn masterpiece, okay? Can German engineering win a world war? Absolutely not, but holy fuck can it build a grocery store, because immediately upon approaching Aldi's, you're gonna be like, oh, all the carts are outside. That's fine, I'm gonna go grab one. And as you're walking towards the carts, you see the enormous "We're hiring" banner across the front of the store, and it says that they pay all their employees anywhere between $18.50 and $25 an hour starting rate. So now you're already kind of feeling good, because hey, this company takes care of their employees.
Oh, that's cool.
Carts and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I use ketchup for pasta. And mayonnaise too, sometimes, depending. What's the difference? Is it ketchup tomato sauce? Oh my god, I'm doing this my whole life wrong. Oh my god. Oh jeez. I didn't know. Okay, I have to get tomato sauce then. Tomato! I didn't know it! You can... Bro, my family always used ketchup. Is there like a... I have to get that one then. I will have to try it, sorry.
You actually
Oh
have
my
to
god, I'm so
stick it
sorry.
into this little slot and unlock it from all the other carts. And at first you're like, oh, that's a really clever idea because now people are going to put their own carts back so they can keep their quarter. That way they're going to save a bunch of money on labor by not having to have somebody go drag carts in from the parking lot all day long. And that's true, that is part of it. But the other part that you're not thinking about, this is actually an IQ test, you see, because if you're not fucking smart enough to remember to bring a quarter, guess what? You can't really shop here. And that doesn't sound like a big deal.
Okay, let me see. The main difference is that ketchup is a thick, sweet, and tangy equally with added sugar, vinegar, and spices, while tomato sauce is a more versatile cooking ingredient made from pureed tomatoes, often seasoned with spices with a thinner consistency and more savory flavor profile. Ketchup is intended as a condiment for food like burgers and fries, whereas tomato is used as vegetable for cooking dishes like pasta or gravies. I was doing everything wrong. I'm so sorry. Is there a way for me to buy is there a way to buy tomato sauce as like you know the ketchup bottle? Is there tomato sauce in those types of bottles? I need to do a cooking stream because I need to do that. I need to do that. I'm really bad at this. Jesus Christ. I'm really bad at this. Oh my god. I'm planning to do it because I'm chaotic, bro.
But I'm telling you right now, it's a huge deal because as soon as you step into Aldi's, you're going to notice a distinct lack of motherfuckers in the way. Everybody in there is there to get their shit and get out because they have stuff to do. Speaking of which, as soon as you walk into the store, there's no like grand...
Usually tomato sauce comes in a glass bottle or a small box like cream or small milk packs. Is there an Uncle Giuseppe near you? Let me see. I'm gonna search that. Wait, let me put Google. Okay. Here. I have to have one here always open. It's called what? Uncle Giuseppe. Portugal, of course, Portugal. I guess not. Bohemia. I don't think this is in Portugal. Can I buy it from Portugal? I don't think there is. It's Italian. Mine comes in plastic containers. Deixa eu ver. Molho de tomate. Tá aqui. Molho de tomate. Tomato sauce. Receita de... Eu quero comprar preço Portugal. Oh, oh wait, I have to change language. So they come like this, okay. Okay, Aldi. Oh my god, look, it's really for past. Oh my god. But I want the price though. Ah, that's why Compal is selling this. Okay, now I'm understanding. Yeah, I use this. I use this, bro. This type of stuff. I use this as a dressing. Oh my god. Oh, what? Ah, no, it is. I eat this to eat that too, but that's a tomb in. Okay, but how does it cost? For example, I want price example. €2. This is expensive. This one. €3. This one. €4. I know this is manjericão, bro. That's other stuff. This one. €1. Oh, okay, that's cheap. I guess I can get some. I guess I can get some. One more of my letters kept up all over his. Oh, it's bad. No way. What? The thing can be enough to cook several dishes. But isn't it supposed after you cook the pasta to put it there? What's this? It's because it has something called manjericão. I don't know what manjericão is. Let me. Manjericão. I know it's on caps lock. Manjericão. Oh wait, it's green. Forget it. I don't know why it's brown though. I don't know, there's red ones and brown ones, I guess. It's an herb, gives flavor. I thought manjericão would be something like chocolate. Yeah, it's because of that. Okay. You know, my mom usually likes to put mayonnaise on the eggs. Like, she gets an egg, like, she cooks it, and then she puts mayonnaise on it, and she eats. Herb, yeah, it's an herb.
Opening area where you get to like walk down all the other aisles and like weave in and out and do all this bullshit. You walk in, you're in aisle 1. You have to turn left. There's only one way to go. Now all of the traffic is going the same fucking direction. It's engineered to perfection. You walk in the door, you go down aisle 1, you go down aisle 2, you go down aisle 3, you go down aisle 4, and then there's checkout because there's only 4 aisles in Aldi's. It's perfect. Aldi's is 1/4 the size of your average grocery store, and it only stocks about 1,600 items, and your average grocery
Herb. Herb. Herb is herb. Okay, I think I meant herb.
store stocks over 30,000 items. And at first you're like, well, that doesn't sound very good, but no, it's actually perfect because guess what? You need Cheerios? They've got Cheerios, but it's only one type of Cheerios. You don't have people standing in the middle of the aisle, clogging up traffic, taking forever. Grab your Cheerios and keep it moving.
Yes, there's only one.
Generic brand,
oh, Jesus Christ.
As good as a name brand. Buh. I mean, sometimes, sure, but like 90% of the time, it's the same exact product made in the same factory and it just has a different box. And Aldi knows that, and they went out of their way to prove it. And to prove it, they went to the biggest brand snobs on the planet, wine people. You know, the same
wine
people that can apparently waft or taste a wine and be able to tell how well.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. Vinho. Preço. Não, vinho tinto. I don't drink. Do you know how much this costs? That's not it. I want like a normal one. Look. Wait, no. Wait, no, it's so cheap, bro. You have to see how cheap it is. Like, here, you want rice? Nah, bro, no, here like 2. You can get drunk here, bro. Yeah, they're so cheap. Like, they're, you know, vinho. Vinho. I don't drink too, but it's just to see how cheap it is. Like, you go here. I don't drink, but it's, look. It's so cheap. Why don't they make other things cheap?
Wet or how dry it.
Oh my, no, don't drink. I'm not saying you to drink. I'm just saying that here in Europe, wine is so cheap. No, it's not to drink. I'm sorry, I don't drink that. I don't drink, but it's just because it's so cheap. It's cheaper than most foods. And it's so weird, and the other places are so expensive. And yeah, don't drink because you take medicine too. I can't also because of that. I'm just saying the prices here are so ridiculous.
Harvested? Yeah, Aldi enters wine competitions and wins all the time with their $5 bottle of wine.
Okay. I'll use that too, okay.
Numa caixa e não teres de montar nada, é só abrires, tirares o plástico.
So now it's time to check out. You get to the checkout lane, everything looks completely normal. It's like every other checkout lane in every other grocery store that you've ever been to, except for it's not. This is not your normal cashier. This is like the NASCAR pit crew of cashiers.
NASCAR.
This is the fastest person at
True, this happens here too.
He's gonna get to your groceries on the little conveyor belt. He's gonna acknowledge that you exist, like, how's it going? And then you're gonna say good, and then you're gonna look down and all your groceries are already back in your cart. And that's when you're gonna be like, oh shit, what is happening right now? And you're gonna realize that he's not standing up like every other grocery store on the planet. He's sitting down in a chair, and you're gonna be like, that's kind of cool. And then in the back of your head, you're gonna be like, wait a minute, why did the grocery store that I worked at for 5 years all through high school make me stand up for absolutely no reason? Hi V, give me an answer. I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say because sitting down doesn't look professional, okay? Listen to me. That's fucking dumb. Just because you're making money and working doesn't mean you need to be physically uncomfortable for no fucking reason, okay? Then you're gonna look over at your groceries and you're gonna be like, oh shit, every single box or every single product has like 5 barcodes on it. That way the cashier doesn't have to search around for a barcode. He can just kind of shit whip it across the laser and it's gonna catch it every time.
Yeah, that's
how
what happens here
your
too.
groceries up at the speed of light. And then the cashier is gonna give you your total and it's literally like half of what you were expecting it was gonna be, because apparently the front door at Aldi's is a magical portal that takes you into the past where groceries used to be cheap. So then you grab your cart full of groceries.
Yeah, but here are
walk off to the side,
expensive
there's
now.
a huge counter with a bunch of boxes. You put your groceries in the boxes, put them in your cart, take that shit out to your car, and you're done. You went through the entire store, you went through every aisle, and got through checkout in literally less than 10 minutes. It's amazing. So yeah, that's Aldi's entire MO. Be fast and be cheap, and it works out amazing. They're the only grocery store in the country that I'm aware of that is just trying to be a grocery store. What do?
Yeah.
They sell groceries. They don't have a pharmacist. They don't have a florist. They don't have a bank where you can cash your check. They don't even have a customer service counter, and you can't call them. They don't take phone calls from the public. You can go on their website and they
Welcome
straight up
to
tell you,
Europe.
yeah, we don't
Yeah,
take
but
phone
the
calls from
prices
the public
here
because
rise
our
a lot.
employees' time
It's
is too
different.
valuable because they're busy selling groceries. And a lot of people probably think that that's horrible customer service, and maybe they're right. But what you're not considering is a lot of people don't always want good customer service, okay? Me, personally, I don't want to be Nick. I don't want to be an individual that needs to be treated special when I'm in the grocery store. I just want to be treated like a number. I want to get through this process as fast as humanly possible so I can get back to doing stuff that I actually care about. And I think
You
a
know,
lot of
even
other
with
people feel
that,
the exact same way. And I know that because Aldi has been the fastest growing
Yeah, one thing. For example, even like Lidl and some stores are like that. My mom can take like 2 hours in a grocery store because she wants to see every aisle and everything that's there and the price of everything. She likes to, you know, walk like there. I don't know why.
Grocery store in the country for years now. And according to
No, I didn't watch it. Let me see. It's gonna be in 5 videos ahead. Next one is Crocs.
They are ranked the #1 grocery store according to consumers. And you want to know who's #2? Trader Joe's, which is also Aldi. They are at 1st and 2nd place. They are quite literally just competing with themselves to be #1, and I'm pretty sure it's because they're the only ones that are just trying to be a grocery store. As it turns out, when you only care about doing one thing, you end up being pretty good at it. And I think that's the big takeaway from this case study. Aldi's key to success is they figured out the one thing they wanted to do, then they figured out how to do it fast, cheap, and still deliver a good product, and everything else just works out. Meanwhile, all the other grocery stores were too worried about competing with Walmart, and now they're not even really grocery stores anymore. They're just knockoffs that don't sell video games. So in conclusion,
I want video games.
True grocery store. If you have a company that you want me to talk about next, let me.
Yeah, like I don't know why there's people that like to go there and just walk and then they found someone and they talk for hours. And they're like, wait, I want to do some calculus here if I can go if this is really cheap or it's cheaper is there or and then talking with the cashier and then oh my god and Jesus Christ.
Let me know in the comments down below. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
Let's go. The fat electrician, lol.
I'm an adult. I made it through this entire video without making a joke about all these nuts.
Oh, what? Bro, I love these videos. I'm learning so much. What is this? Portuguese commercials. Okay, before proceeding with the Crocs video, let's have cookie time really fast, just 3 cookies, okay? Me need feed. Cookie, you're adorable. Thank you. Yum. cookie. Hmm. Okay, cookie time is over. Water. Okay, I guess we're ready. Let me just wait till the ad stops. Okay, I guess it stopped. Let's go. Internet cap. Now it's let me go this. You will wear clocks, crocs. Yeah, I guess the only time I have something like this was some years ago, and then never again, because people believe it could give you cancer. I'm not
You
joking.
guys knew this one would be unhinged, and you still kept requesting it.
Bro, this place is huge. Jesus Christ.
So this one's your fault. Today we're talking about Crocs. Okay, I'm not going to go into depth explaining what Crocs are. Okay, you know what Crocs are. It's the official footwear of people that don't give a single fuck
Favorite
about
cookie.
anything. And
my favorite cookie, I don't know if it's considered a cookie though. It's something called this. Also like what is it called? I also like these ones and these ones. I also, when I was a kid, I loved the dinosaur ones, but they don't come with cards anymore because they in the back got cards. Also, I like Oreo. Yeah, you love chocolate chips. Everyone knows that. You're adorable. You love chocolates. I don't know if there's any more cookies I like. Huh? I like these ones too. I am actually eating these ones now. They're kind of good. I also like I like this one. This one that looks like donuts. Yeah, they're not like donuts, but they're considered cookies here. In my country, they're considered cookies, okay? But probably in other places not. And I like these ones too. I tried sometimes other brands, but they really taste really bad. But yeah, I think these are all the ones I like. I'm not remember any single one now. Yeah, I love Oreos. Oreos. Because here we have a little. Okay, here I only tasted these ones. I like these ones. And I tried which one? Where is the normal one? This one. And it's on Aldi, of course. Yeah, these are the only ones I tried. I still didn't try. No, this one I think I tried too. But the other flavors I still didn't try it yet. And they released it here as Oreo cereal. Actually, yeah. But I still didn't try this. I didn't try this. I love this. Oh. Yeah, see, Oreo cereals. Yeah, basic. Donuts or dog nuts? Dog. Dog nuts are basically bolas de Berlin. This is a ball of Berlin. This is amazing. But donuts, I love donuts. Ball of Berlin is the best word for me. I love them. Donut Portugal. We have these ones. I don't like them much. I prefer actually more this. It's called Bola de Berlim here. I love this. It's so good. This is amazing. If you can try it. It's so good. See, Bola de Berlim. It's amazing. But donuts, I tried one time and I didn't like it much because it has a lot of sugar, but it just has the donut itself doesn't have nothing else, you know. Also, you have the option to get bolas Berlin with this thing, or you can have bolas Berlin without. They're both the same? You're joking. I thought they were different. Okay, I guess, sorry, but if you want to try, you have this food. This is the traditional thing. But you also can have chocolate if you want, or nothing if you don't want nothing.
Parents that are too lazy to tie their kids' shoes went to JCPenney's, saw the shoes with the Velcro, and were like,
Chocolate glazed donut. A donut. Chocolate. Portugal. Is this what you want? What you eat? Or this? They sound the same. Dunkin'. They actually sell them now here. How they cost? Okay, it's on continent. I guess I can try them then. I have to try them.
That's still too much work. Give me the miniature Jason Voorhees mask and get it on my kid's foot.
A little, so I don't know, bro.
Who do you think you are?
Like, both donut and donut are correct spellings, with donut being the original and donut being a widely accepted simplified variant. Donut is a traditional spelling and is often preferred in South guides and outside of North America, while donut is common in American English and was popularized by brands like Dunkin'. Second row. It's here. What is one of these? Okay, we say here donuts. Donut. I don't know what kind of those, but it should be what? This one?
Okay, before you get all butthurt, my kids have Crocs too, okay? I am also that parent. In fact, Cutter, Cash!
Oh my god!
Run! It's a stampede!
Boys, show the people your Crocs. What kind of Crocs do you got?
So
you got
beautiful!
Hot Wheel Crocs? And Cutter's got Minecraft Crocs with his Minecraft shirt, because everything's got to be Minecraft.
They have crafting tables?
All right, good job. See you boys later.
That's so cute. Oi! What?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get.
I ain't gonna kill you this time. I'm just gonna kick your ass.
So yeah, we all know what Crocs are, and to be honest with you, I was pretty...
Do you want me to make Manzanita Crocs? You have to wait, bro. I don't know, man. Not this! No! Okay. How can I get to contact Crocs, bro? Full screen. Sorry. I will get Crocs then one day, but we have to wait. I still don't have Crocs stuff.
But now that I've done the research into the company and I've looked at everything, not only am I thoroughly convinced it's not a fad and it's not going anywhere, Crocs is probably going to take over the world at some point and be the only shoe anybody wears ever, like the movie Demolition Man, where every restaurant becomes Taco Bell.
I didn't know that.
Restaurants are Taco Bell.
No way.
Oh my god, just now I learned that I can press F. Oh my god, that gun!
An HK416.
Don't worry about it.
What? Where are you
Slay.
going? Is that my blood diamond shirt? All right, here's the deal. Super simple, straightforward business model. You give them money, they turn around and make sure the data brokers on the internet aren't selling your personal information. What does that even mean? Okay, here's the entire internet and every free service on the planet inside of a nutshell, okay? There's a saying, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. What that means is pretty much anything on the internet that you use, that's a service, whether that be Google, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of it, okay? It's all an app. So one of two things is happening. They're either gonna feed you ads, and that's how that company makes money since their service is free, or they're going to collect your personal information, then turn around and sell it to data brokers on the internet, and then they're going to turn around and sell it to whoever buys it, and next thing you know, you're getting 17,000 robocalls every single day. And that's where Delete Me comes in. They will look through all the major data brokers and find the ones that are selling your personal information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf, and then they are legally obligated to comply. And then they'll continue to monitor these data brokers, and if they get your information again, Delete Me will submit an opt-out request again. Basically, you're paying Delete Me to get rid of all the downsides of all of the free stuff on the internet, which I think is absolutely worth it. If you want to check them out, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, our story begins like all great stories with a boys trip between three homies, Lyndon, George, and Scott, and they go out on this fishing trip in the Caribbean, and Lyndon brings with him this ugly ass pair of foam clogs for his fishing shoes. He picked them up on his last fishing trip in Quebec from some Canadian company called Foam Creations, and they were marketed as like these boat shoes that were really good for boating because, you know, they're foam, they're super comfortable. Because they're foam,
I use something like that.
Resistant. If they fall in the water, they float, so it's not going to sink to the bottom of the ocean. And for that, they were pretty great. The only problem, obviously, they're ugly and dorky looking, so his two friends did the appropriate thing that dudes do, and they roasted him for it the entire time.
Oh.
But then he ends up convincing them to try it on, and holy shit.
Ads. Oh my god, this ad is 4K, Jesus Christ. Oh, come on, Jesus. Oh.
They're awesome.
It was actually worth it. It's like doing a
Wait, I didn't put a like on this. I put a like, okay.
How the hell would you
I was scared.
They literally go from, those shoes are hideous and stupid, keep them away from me, to, hey, it's my turn to wear the sandals.
All right, who's got it? I've got it. Done. I'll give it back to Thad, but I just need one more night with this, please.
Now, all three of these friends were like successful entrepreneurs.
Yes, I like videos.
Like, okay, we should actually buy up this company and start selling these shoes, and we could probably even make the product better. And George is like, yeah, we could start adding a bunch of different colorways and then have color options for everybody. Ooh. Which, to be fair, good idea. But Scott has the ultimate idea. We should put a strap on the back so this bad boy's got
I don't know. I just want to support people, I guess. Sorry.
And still wear them like normal sandals.
You did it. You crazy son of a bitch, you did.
Okay, history has just been made. They end this fishing trip. They immediately go to
that's okay.
company out of Canada, and they obtain a licensing agreement. Not only is Foam Creations going to make the shoes for them, they also have exclusive rights to Croslite, which is a special type of foam that Crocs are made out of. So they pull some money together, get 200 pairs made, and then that same year in 2002, they go to the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show, set up a table, and are literally at this boat show overhanding Crocs at people that are walking by, and then when they stop because they just got hit with a fucking shoe, and they're like, why? The person's like, hey, just try them on. And they end up selling all 200 pairs in like a couple of hours. And from here, they're off to the races. It's all downhill from here. Crocs are like a plague. They're like vampires, okay? Because now those 200 people are gonna go home. They're gonna force all their buddies to try on these funky looking shoes, and everybody's gonna be like, oh my God, and then they're gonna go buy a pair too. And that's exactly what happens. In 2003, they sell 76,000 pairs, and then in 2004, they have so much money that they just buy out Foam Creations as a whole. Now they own the
You know, I don't see anyone here wearing Crocs anymore.
Nobody's ever going to be able to copy them. Which is a brilliant idea because Crocs are like the easiest shoes on the planet to make. It's literally an injection molded shoe. You just liquefy the resin, shoot it inside of the mold,
instead of subscribing.
Pull it out, ta-da, you've got a fucking Croc. Then in 2005, they rebrand and officially become Crocs. They named it that because crocodiles.
That's a good option, actually, yeah.
And they're super tough.
Subscribing actually supports a lot.
Then they launched their first big marketing campaign with the slogan, ugly is beautiful, which is absolutely perfect for Crocs. These guys are experienced entrepreneurs. They're 2 years into this. They're already completely vertically integrated, and they know exactly what makes them successful. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why is ugly is beautiful a genius idea, right? It's like saying hot is cold. You're saying two things that are objectively not the same thing are the same thing. How is that the key to success? Okay, let me lay this out for you. You see, Crocs are a lot like pugs. Pugs are
so
a genetic
cute.
abomination that would not exist on this planet if it were up to evolution and natural selection. But somehow they're absolutely everywhere and they're thriving. And it comes down to the
I hate leg. I'm so sorry.
so ugly that the apex predator on the planet, human beings, look at them and go,
I don't know how to fix
that's
that.
funny. I'm gonna keep one. In the same way that humans have taken a badass wolf out of the forest and through selective breeding turned it into a pug, Scott, George, and Lyndon have taken Air Jordans and Timberlands and all the other cool footwear to ever exist and turned it into a Croc and said, look at this fucking
Croc
abomination.
is like a symbol
Try
of
it
a
on.
crocodile. Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Upgrade, you say? Yes, sir. Oh. Don't mind if we do.
Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to explain to you that they've finally unraveled how to market this to normal everyday people, right? Because up until now, they're just marketing it as a boating shoe, but now they've figured out how to
Boating
weasel
shoe.
their way into the common zeitgeist and get everybody to buy this shit. If you want to look sporty and cool, you buy Nike. If you want to look sporty and not cool, you buy Adidas or Skechers. If you want to look like a blue-collar guy, you buy yourself some work boots.
I just buy
If you
the
wanna look like a
cheapest one,
blue-collar
actually.
guy, but don't actually want to work, you buy yourself some Timberlands. And if you want to look like a blue-collar guy, but only want to work like 6 hours a week at a coffee shop and then bitch about the patriarchy and social justice online the rest of the time, you buy yourself some Doc Martens, you know, that shoe that was invented by a Nazi doctor in World War II, because nothing says social justice quite like that.
Jesus Christ, that's so much stuff for a... Oh my.
You're saying
yes. Let's talk about fine.
Don't worry, I got more. If you could almost do a kickflip 20 years ago and now both your knees crack when you get out of bed, you probably wear Vans. And if it's fall and you want to send out the message that you're not like all the other girls, you probably wear Ugg boots, you know?
Nah,
like all
what?
the other
That's for
girls.
house, bro.
I'm sorry, but the test was positive. You're a basic bitch.
Bro, they're
And then if you want to let everybody
expensive.
know that you don't wear deodorant, you have a small collection of crystals, and you blame all your shitty character flaws on astrology, you probably wear Birkenstocks. There. Is
I don't
everybody
do that
offended? We're all
either.
equal now. Good. Moving on.
What's a kickflip?
And then finally, Crocs became a thing. Finally, a shoe that said to the entire world, my feet are comfy and I don't care what you think about me. And if you have a problem with it, I will flip these bad boys into four-wheel drive and we can address the issue. It is quite literally the official footwear of...
I don't give a fuck.
Buh! This is a bunch of cope because you wear Crocs. Buh! No, I don't. I don't wear Crocs. I actually had to go buy a pair of Crocs for this video and I've yet to try them on. Why? Because I'm scared, to be completely honest with you. I treat Crocs the same way I treat cocaine. I avoid it because I'm concerned I'm gonna like it too much. You know what?
Oh my god, calm down, bro. Don't...
There we go. Yeah.
Is it good?
This is gonna be an issue. My wife's gonna be pissed. They're even comfier than I thought. I don't know how that's possible. You know what? Fuck it. My feet are
I don't
comfy.
like
I don't care.
Crocs.
King
Wait.
Arthur couldn't pull.
I don't like Crocs because when I use them, they got so sweaty, you know, because they're just, you know, stuff. Because I don't use socks with it.
Me out of these shoes. Sorry, we're completely unhinged at this point. We got to get back to the story. So 2025, they start marketing to absolutely everybody, and if we pull up the stock chart, you can see it goes pretty fantastic. They become a full-blown fad. People absolutely love them. Because of that, they take the company public, and they end up raising $208 million, which is the highest IPO for a shoe company ever. They then use some of that money to double down on the quirky ugliness, and they buy out a company called Jibbitz. Jibbitz was a company making those little tiny plastic things that you can shove inside the hole of a Croc that shows off, like, I don't know, your favorite sports team or your favorite cartoon character or a Croc.
So beautiful.
You know, in case you want somebody to look at your Croc wondering what type of shoes you like, so you have a Croc Jibbit on your Croc.
Let's go.
Basically, they just allowed more customization. They could allow your particular flavor of ugly. And to be fair to Croc, I do respect the fact that they actually bought this company out, because I'm fairly confident there's no way this company had a patent on a chunk of plastic that fits inside of a hole. They probably could have just started manufacturing it themselves, brought about the end of that company, but they paid them out like $10 to $20 million instead.
Jesus.
So I respect that part. All right, on to 2027.
Bro, no way.
Fazem match, o perfume fica contigo. Surf faz match perfeito.
Buh! You didn't tell everybody how in 2006 the movie Idiocracy came out and everybody in that movie wore Crocs because they thought it was the dumbest shoe ever at the time. Buh! Yeah, obviously, because everybody already knows that, okay? But hey, now that we're here, why don't you just go ahead and tell everybody that in Lord of the Rings, when Aragorn kicked a helmet and screamed, that was a real scream because he actually broke his foot. And then we can all watch Django Unchained and you can stop the movie to tell everybody that Leonardo DiCaprio accidentally cut his hand on the dinner plate and acted the way through it anyways.
Bro, no way.
Yes.
There, you happy? We're all on the same page now. On to 2027.
Bro.
This is where they messed up absolutely everything. They took all the money and investments that they got after they bought Gibbets. They had a ton of money left over, so they started investing in not Crocs. Basically, they turned the Croc brand into something that it wasn't and was never meant to be. They started trying to make normal shoes. They started trying to actually compete at making sandals against Birkenstock and making sneakers against Skechers, and it was a tremendous disaster. Okay, it happens every single time a company goes public. They get a bunch of investors and a bunch of MBAs that know how to do business, that have huge ideas but have never actually done anything on their own, and they're like, you know what, we should go with my ideas of completely changing a perfectly successful company every fucking time this happens. Okay, do not do that. If you're successful at anything, not business, not this, not that, literally anything in life, if you're successful at it, keep doing whatever made you successful at it in the first place. You go home with the girl you took to prom. It's not that complicated. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But guess what? They tried to fix it. Then 2008, housing bubble pops, economic recession, the stock price drops from like $70 a share all the way down to $1 a share. They are on the verge of bankruptcy. And then guess how they fixed it? You're never gonna guess how they fixed it. They quit making all the stupid other shoe designs and just kept making Crocs. They were doing the thing that made them successful in the first place. Shocking. Problem, the fad that was Crocs in the early 2000s had already died and they killed it. So now they just have to go back to marketing to like boating people, people in healthcare, highly specific customers that use Crocs.
Yeah, why do nurses wear Crocs? I don't know why, bro. They're always wearing Crocs.
Got dirty and call it good. And they just kept marketing to that small niche minority for years. Then going back to the stock chart, you see in 2012, they got a little bit of a bump. I can only assume that the first Crocs that they sold in 2002 had
okay, I thought they were comfy or something, or safe for work.
In 2012, and then it just tapers back off and levels out again as they just keep marketing to the small niche community. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. You can still make a ton of money selling to fishermen and healthcare people, and you just keep doing that forever. And you got a perfectly good business.
Did you try it? Are they really comfy?
And you're still good. But then something incredible happened in 2018, looking back at the stock chart, okay? What happened in 2018? I'll tell you exactly what happened. All the people that were little kids during the first Croc boom, when they were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, and their parents were buying them Crocs and sending them off to school because they were too lazy to tie their shoes, guess what?
You never use them,
15,
okay.
16, 17, 18-year-old teenagers that determine everything that's cool in the world. Okay, you sent them off to school in stupid-looking shoes, and they've literally turned around now at 18 years old and said, joke's on you, I'm into that shit. This is gonna be popular. This is the greatest generational revenge that Gen Z is ever gonna have. Are they ever gonna be able to afford a house? Probably not. Are they ever gonna have affordable health care? Almost certainly not. But you know what? They had the capacity to make these stupid looking shoes cool, and that's exactly what they did, and I'm super proud of them. And guess what all of us are gonna be wearing in the old folks' home when they're the ones taking care of us? We're gonna be wearing Crocs.
Let's go.
So if you don't like Crocs, you better get over it now, because trust me, it's coming. There's only 2 types of people on the planet, people that hate Crocs and people that used to hate Crocs, and you're about to be the second one. Back to the business itself though, Crocs said, okay,
I need to try them.
To make us cool, we're gonna help them out. Crocs quite literally just went, okay, what's popular? Popular people, famous people. Okay, we're gonna start doing deals with famous people. Now you've got Post Malone Crocs, you've got Justin Bieber Crocs, you've got fucking Balenciaga high heel Crocs that are selling for $800 a pair and selling out in the first couple of hours. You know what else is popular? Memes. We can do memes. Fucking cowboy boot Crocs with Spurs.
Is this?
What? Did anybody ask for cowboy boot Crocs? No. Does anybody want cowboy boot Crocs? No. Is there a market of people that if you put it in front of their face, they'll go, oh my God, it's so ugly. I will buy it for the sole reason of wearing it to a party to get belligerently drunk? Absolutely. So they helped Gen Z make it cool. They created another fad. Now, here's the thing. This is clearly a generational game, so we've got to set up the next generation for the future. We're going to sign a licensing deal with Disney, and then we're going to make Crocs cool for little kids. Okay, because now all the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds, they're not going to school and daycare in stupid plain-colored Crocs. Oh, no. Now they're going to school in fucking Lightning McQueen Crocs.
Let's go.
Crocs. My kids go to school in Minecraft Crocs. And guess what? He thinks it's awesome. He thinks they're the coolest shoes on the planet, and so do all the other little kids his age. He's gonna be wearing Crocs for the rest of his life, and I didn't even realize I did that to him until I made this video. Okay, it's game, set, match. The teenagers right now think it's cool, the kids right now think it's cool, and everybody else left over is gonna be forced into it the second they hit the retirement home. Crocs are going to take over the world as the only type of footwear.
World domination playlist.
Is that good though?
You can already
Maybe.
see the data. Crocs is worth like $5 billion right now. They literally went from $1 a share to $85 a share already. To put that into perspective, Nike's only $76 a share. Now, to be fair, Nike has way more shares and is still worth way more as a company for now, but you know who sees the writing on the wall? Nike. That's why they're trying to rip off Crocs.
No way.
What you're thinking. Don't worry, Hey Dude is gonna save the day. They're basically just like Crocs, except they're nowhere near as ugly, right? They're Crocs, but for people that still care about what people think about them. Guess what? In 2022, Crocs bought out Hey Dude.
It can't be stopped.
Okay, we've all seen that meme where Blockbuster, the old movie rental place that went out of business, had the opportunity to buy Netflix for like $7 or some ridiculously cheap price back in the day, and they passed on it, and it ended up putting them out of business. Crocs did not make that same mistake. And guess what? Because of that, one day in the not too distant future, your ass is gonna be sitting in an old folks home wearing motherfucking Crocs, explaining to the nurse that back in your day, Netflix used to mail the DVDs to you and streaming wasn't a thing. And they're gonna be like, okay, Grandpa, take your meds, and the world is now run by Crocs. I hope you're happy. I cannot believe how unhinged this got. I also am amazed at how comfy these Crocs are. I gotta go. Thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang, out. And now for me to unveil my exclusive collaboration, the Fat Electrician Croc. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that famous.
Ah, okay.
See ya.
Yeah, I was gonna do that. You know, you want Manzanita Crocs, it's gonna take a while. The guys don't... I don't think the guys wanna collab with me right now. Because they don't know me.
Friday is company karaoke. 90s pop theme.
Okay, I like this video. It's so funny. My PC só um pouco responsive. Bro, I don't know if Crocs... Deixa eu ver quanto... Let me see how much it costs. Por isso. No way! They are so expensive. Ah, no, this one is kind of cheap. Oh, no, that's too expensive. Forget that. Jesus Christ. Now we'll see Coke's secret recipe in the world's biggest psyop. Also from the fact files too.
You know it's going to be a good video, and I am legitimately worried about getting sued.
Why?
Today we're talking about the biggest, most successful psyop of all time when a Confederate colonel got wounded on the battlefield, got addicted to morphine, so in order to overcome his morphine addiction, created a new medication made out of wine, caffeine, and cocaine that he would later market as a soft drink that would become the most popular soda of all time, Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
I can feel the
An ad is going to start, I'm sorry. But it sounds illegal to have all of that in a bottle, I'm sorry. That doesn't sound right. What is this guy here? Oh my... Jesus. No way. Why is that guy there? Bro, what is it? Let's wait till the ads stops, okay? Wait, I received something. In my phone, don't you worry. Let me see what it was. Okay. Ah, so yeah, now I received other stuff here. Let me see. Still, the ads should be starting in a bit. I don't know. Oh, you sent me a full series, bro. Okay, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, 1 minute. It's just 3 videos. Well, probably I will not see them today because in 1 hour and 30 minutes we'll have to finish the stream, okay? But yeah, but I hope you're liking the stream of today. I have a question. Are you today gonna be able to play Them Fighting Hearts, or I will play Minecraft tomorrow? You know? Okay, thank you. But don't get too stressed. Just be sincere and see how much time you have. Okay? Okay, then Minecraft time tomorrow. I'll tell you when I can. Okay, thank you. I guess at least finished. Okay, let's start.
Cease and desist already, but we're gonna get into it right after word from our sponsor.
Oh my god!
What are you?
That's so big!
You like it?
I mean, it's cute. You've been watching way too much Hell on Wheels, though.
Bro, what weapon is that?
The way they dress. I actually got you this hat. So you can come follow me.
What is happening right now?
What is this?
Do you want to watch me churn butter or not?
What?
I gotta go. I'll be back in a fortnight.
Work is a pain in the apps. My files are in this app. My chat's in this app.
Anyways, Delete Me, biggest sponsor of the channel. You guys know the deal by now. You give them money, they make sure the data brokers on the internet are not selling your personal information.
Look at that
These
there.
data brokers are legally required to stop selling your information.
Jesus Christ.
The right way. Unfortunately, each data broker has a different right way. And Delete Me knows all of them. Not only do they go and they get all that information taken down, they continue to monitor all these data brokers in case they get your information again, and then they tell them to quit selling it again. Buh! You can actually do all that yourself. Buh! I mean, yeah, you could. You could also wire your own house and grow your own food, but at some point it becomes more cost and time effective to just let the professionals do their job, and plus, they'll probably do a better job to begin with. I mean, here's the results they got for me. They reviewed over 18,000 listings from over 180 different data brokers and gotten over 3,000 listings removed almost every single month. And to be honest, I have absolutely no idea how long that would have taken me to do it if I decided to do it myself, but I'm 100% sure I would rather just pay Delete Me like $6 a month to do it for me. So if you're like me and you wanted to give Delete Me a try, I'm gonna have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, our story begins with John Pemberton, a man that received his medical degree at the age of 19 years old, who would later go on to be a colonel in the Civil War and receive a saber wound at the Battle of Columbus and subsequently get addicted to morphine. Being a doctor, John realized that being addicted to morphine was...
I actually taken morphine as a medicine when I was on surgery, but I had to stop it because I got I got allergic to it. But then they used other medicine with me and they did not work as much as morphine, so it was a lot of pain.
Was not ideal, so he needed to find an alternative, and the one thing he found that worked was a cola wine called Vin Mariani. Now, coca wine at this point in time was a pretty popular product. It was exactly what it sounds like. It was wine mixed with coca leaves, and coca leaves is what you derive cocaine from. I know what you wonder, how much party powder are we putting inside of this wine? Great question. Well, Vin Mariani, for example, was approximately 7.2 milligrams of cocaine per fluid ounce, and a bottle was about 25 ounces for about a total of 180 milligrams of Colombian nose torque.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Again, milligrams not super helpful in trying to figure out how much yayo they're actually putting inside the wine, so I'll put it to you this way. The devil's dandruff is not just an illegal street drug, it is a medication that is used in the medical industry for certain medical procedures, and according to the standards of those procedures, the maximum dose that you should give someone is approximately 160 milligrams. And according to Google, the average recreational dose is approximately 30 to 70 milligrams.
No
so
way this is real.
They're putting a lot of Peruvian marching powder inside of the wine. And this apparently helped John Pemberton with his morphine addiction for obvious reasons.
So you may want to ask your doctor about a little bump.
So after a while, John is like, you know what? I should make my own version of this. I should make an even better version. You know what this needs? It needs caffeine in it as well.
I will not make garbage. We will produce a chemically pure and stable product that performs as advertised.
So he essentially makes a knockoff of Vin Mariani's Coca wine and then adds cola notes to get caffeine in there
Probably
as well.
That's illegal now.
Has about 40 milligrams of caffeine and about 9 milligrams of nose beer. Coca leaves, coca, cola nuts, cola. This is where we get Coca-Cola from.
Oh.
So he brings Coca-Cola to market, marketing it as a medication in 1866, and within a matter of months, the county that he resides in, Fulton County out of Atlanta, passes a temperance legislation that they are going to ban alcohol, so he can no longer have wine inside of Coca-Cola, so he has to switch over and changes it to carbonated water. The problem is, taking the wine out and adding carbonated water makes the entire thing taste like crap, and nobody's going to want to drink it, so he adds a shit ton of sugar.
Sugar. More.
So he takes that to market and starts selling that as an over-the-counter medication to treat general exhaustion and headaches, because apparently it's hard to have a headache when you can't feel your face. So he sells that for a couple of years, and then he is diagnosed with an aggressive form of stomach cancer that rapidly brings about the end of his life. But right before his passing, he determines that his son does not want to take over the family business, so he sells it to a local Atlanta pharmacist by the name of Asa Chandler for approximately $300, which is about 10 grand today.
Damn good deal.
Only
now,
that?
takes over the company, they are not making a lot of money. They're not selling a whole lot. That's why it was sold for such a low price. But he gets to marketing right away. He uses his pharmacy. He reaches out to all of his pharmacist buddies, gets the names and addresses of every single person that's getting any type of medication, and just starts sending them coupons for a free sample of Coca-Cola. And he does this in the hope that it would bring about a new wave of lifelong customers to Coca-Cola. And it was definitely him operating on blind hope and faith, not him being a pharmacist knowing for a fact that he was giving out coupons for free caffeine and cocaine-laced sugar water. So
let's go! That would be a great deal.
He realizes, you know what? I'm going to quit marketing this as an over-the-counter medication, and I'm going to start marketing it as like a daily soft drink that anybody can drink just whenever they want as a refreshment. You know, a little pick-me-up.
A little bump.
Now, to be fair, this is not unique. There's like 50 other products on the shelf at this point in time, all basically the same exact thing. The difference is Asa Chandler decides that he's going to take a bunch of his profits and he's going to use that in marketing. There's banners, billboards, magazine ads. They're all over the place. And then since he's now a soft drink and not a medication, he doesn't actually have to market all the ingredients in his product, and he just kind of like conglomerates all of the secret recipe and labels it as Merchandise 7X, and it becomes Coca-Cola's secret recipe, which also helps with marketing because you get to say, I have a secret recipe and nobody else is like us. Everybody wants our secret recipe.
The most important ingredient of all, 4 heaping pounds of freshly ground. I warned you.
And in doing that, Coca-Cola becomes the name brand popular version of all these products, and that's the one that succeeds the most. So by the 1890s, things are going great for Coca-Cola, and then in 1895, they revolutionized marketing by coming out with a new marketing campaign known as the Coca-Cola Girls.
Oh my god, so beautiful!
You know what would go great with our party powder drink? Attractive females. This is one of the first cases of sex cells ever used. Now to us, this seems obvious.
Bro, but they're like pretty. They're not. I don't see them like that. It's a really pretty art there.
Standards of marketing for the rest of forever. And from here, they just keep going. They just keep putting more and more of their profits back into marketing. When radio becomes popular, they've got ads all over the radio. When TV becomes popular, they've got ads all over the TV. They start working with actors and famous athletes. Coca-Cola is absolutely everywhere. But then they experience kind of a setback because by the early 1900s, the United States government is really cracking down on, I'm running out of euphemisms for cocaine, nose candy. They're really cracking down on nose candy. And this in large part is kind of fueled by racism. There's literally a New York Times article that I'm not even going to read the title of that goes on to claim that when a black man takes cocaine, he becomes impervious to bullets. I'm not joking. Here's the article.
No way.
Coca-Cola's got to take the booger sugar out of the secret recipe, but guess what? So does everybody else. So Coca-Cola isn't really affected, and they remain the dominant actor in the soft drink arena.
Okay.
So by the 1920s, they're crushing it. They've got the entire market on lock, and they're like, who do we target next? Let's target kids. If we get them hooked while they're young, while their brains are still malleable and squishy, we'll have lifelong customers. So by the 1920s, they start associating themselves with Santa Claus. Now, fast forward like 20 years, all the kids that grew up on Coca-Cola and Santa Claus are now getting involved in World War II and have to get shipped off to war. And at this point in time, Coca-Cola is all over the planet, including Germany. Coca-Cola is literally Adolf Hitler's favorite drink at this point in time. But after Pearl Harbor and Germany declares war on the United States of America, obviously America is no longer going to be doing trade with Nazi Germany, so Germany can no longer get Coca-Cola.
Oh
my God. If
God.
there's already Coca-Cola plants in Germany, why can't Germany just seize the Coca-Cola plants and continue making their own version of Coca-Cola? Well, because the way this works is the raw condensed syrup that makes up Coca-Cola when added with carbonated water is all made in the United States, and then it is shipped all over the world to bottling plants where they mix it with the carbonated water and bottle it.
Okay.
So they actually don't know how to make the concentrated syrup because it's a secret recipe. So once they cut off the supply of concentrated syrup, they can no longer make Coca-Cola. So these bottling plants in Germany need to come up with their own version of Coca-Cola, and they don't know what they're doing. So they just start using a bunch of food waste, like extra fiber and stuff left over, and they end up making a fruitier version of Coca-Cola that ends up being called Fanta. And this is where Fanta comes from. Now, back on the American front, they're starting to ration things, and one of the biggest things that gets rationed is sugar. So Coca-Cola ends up, paying a bunch of politicians and then going.
The origin of this stuff is so crazy.
Like, hey, Coca-Cola is essential. You can't cut our sugar ration. And thanks to paying off politicians and also everybody loving Coca-Cola at this point in time, the government agrees. So Coca-Cola is allowed to keep putting just as much sugar into their drink as they always have. And most other brands are forced to cut back on the sugar, making Coca-Cola by far and away the best soda around.
Sugar! Need sugar!
Hey, they're not riding the white horse anymore.
And then Coca-Cola has a stroke of genius. I don't know if they intended it to work out this way, but it did. They basically come out and say, hey, we support the American troops. We're going to guarantee that any American service member, no matter where they are in the world, can get themselves a cold Coca-Cola for the same price.
This is so...
We're literally willing to lose money on every single
Imagine a company, a brand being part of history itself. It's so weird.
The government loves it, and Coca-Cola approaches the government and is like, hey, it's getting awfully expensive getting Coca-Cola all the way around the planet in the Pacific theater and the European theater. How would you guys feel about helping fund us build some more bottling plants out in more remote locations? So the US government and taxpayers essentially fund the building of 65 Coca-Cola bottling plants all over the world. Now, this does several things. A, it galvanizes the support of this entire generation that they now love Coca-Cola because it was the one thing they got to taste when they were away from home for 4 years fighting in World War II. And two, it exposes the rest of the world to Coca-Cola.
Why everyone drinking
it, and they're giving it out to all these other civilians and all these other territories that they're occupying, giving it even further reach all over the planet. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you that Coca-Cola has just convinced the American taxpayer to fund their global expansion, while the United States military turns into the biggest sales force on the planet. So World War II ends, Coca-Cola resumes control of all the bottling plants that were captured by Nazi Germany, and now they have a new popular soda known as Fanta. On top of that, they're more popular than ever. They are galvanized with the greatest generation because Coca-Cola was the official soda of World War II. Time passes. By the 1950s, 1960s,
I think Fanta is good. I tried it. It's like juice.
Bad for you if you're drinking 12 of these things a day. So Coca-Cola wanting to kind of pivot a little bit is like, okay, well, we should get into the healthier drink market. What's something healthy? Fruit juice. What's that super popular brand that was developed in World War II to help soldiers get vitamin C? Minute Maid. They buy out Minute Maid, and now they own that too.
But I don't know if this dark history, bro.
It becomes more and more apparent that soda actually is not that healthy for you. And because of that, the rules on how you're allowed to market and what you're allowed to say get more and more strict, particularly in marketing to children. So Coca-Cola's like, fuck it, I'm gonna find a loophole. We're just gonna spend $750 million and we're gonna buy out Columbia Pictures in 1982.
No way.
And then all the movies that come out of this major production studio are all gonna feature Coca-Cola in subliminal advertisements.
No way.
think it was a coincidence that Ralph Macchio was drinking Minute Maid at breakfast with his mom, and then when he's training in the kitchen with Mr. Miyagi, he's drinking an ice cold Sprite, also a Coca-Cola product? Absolutely not. It's actually
No
documented
way.
that Ralph Macchio was mad at how much product placement
I didn't know
Coca-Cola was making.
they
him do in
bought
that movie,
Columbia
so he tried to
Pictures.
conceal the fact that he was drinking a Sprite, and Coca-Cola and the studio made him refilm that scene and show the Sprite for a certain amount of time in that particular scene. You think it was a coincidence that Ghostbusters and Coca-Cola marketed so hard together that if you drank enough Coca-Cola, you could literally win the Ghostbusters mobile? Absolutely
No way.
not. The entire thing.
I want
All
a
of the
car.
movies
How do
that
I
came
get
out in
it?
the 1980s out of Columbia
How
Pictures
much Coca-Cola
was
I
one
have to drink to get the
giant
car?
psyop to get you to drink Coca-Cola. It was so well known in Hollywood that Clint Eastwood refused to have any Coca-Cola products in any of his movies because he was mad that they cast Ralph Macchio as the Karate Kid and not his son.
Oh my. That's some...
And the marketing doesn't just stop there, right? They are targeting kids all over the place. Officially, according to their policy, they don't market to anybody under the age of 13, which you can make an argument for with movies. However, I don't think you can really make an argument for that when you're putting your branding on a bunch of toys all over the toy section, right? They're on trucks, they're on Barbie dolls,
yeah,
they've got
but...
game cell phone apps, they're sponsoring kids' sports teams, they're all over amusement parks, they're absolutely everywhere. This psyop is so effective
yeah,
that
I
it
guess.
literally changed the global perception of polar bears, okay? Polar bears are not friendly, cuddly animals that run around the Arctic chugging Coca-Cola.
I never saw them
Polar bears
like
are one of
that.
the most dangerous apex
And
predators on the planet, and one of the only animals known to actively hunt people.
True, it actually is true. And
you're exaggerating.
Polar bears don't drink Coca-Cola, okay? I think they can't even drink that.
Not that big of a deal. No, I'm not, and I can.
Sorry, the stream crashed. Don't worry, I'm alive! Let me fix this. Okay, now it's good. Sorry.
Idea that they were just going to compete on taste. What they did is they had a bunch of blind taste test studies, and those studies showed that when you didn't know what the branding was, more people preferred Pepsi than any other flavor. Coca-Cola immediately fired back saying that's not true, that's a lie. They then conducted their own blind taste test studies, and holy shit, that wasn't a lie. People actually do prefer the taste of Pepsi. So Coca-Cola went ahead and
my mom
a
likes
flavor
Pepsi.
that outcompeted the original Coca-Cola
And sometimes
and
Coca-Cola.
Pepsi in the blind taste test trials, and then they launched the new Coke. And when Coca-Cola discontinued the original Coke and had their new flavor of Coke come out that was supposed to be better in every single way, people were absolutely fucking pissed. The psyop was so effective over generations that it
No way,
convinced
what's
people that
happened?
Coca-Cola wasn't just a product that could be improved upon. No, Coca-Cola was Coca-Cola. It was a fixture in the American community. It was literally like a family relative, and you can't mess with it, okay? It would be like if
Bro,
a
no,
scientist
it's
was
just
like,
a
hey,
brand, it's
you know
just
your
a
cousin
company,
Jimmy?
don't take
Right
it that
there,
serious,
I've invented
bro.
a new Jimmy that's better in every way, and you're like, that's great, but where the fuck is Jimmy? That motherfucker's not Jimmy.
I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real.
So Coca-Cola just takes an absolute beating in the marketplace, okay? People are furious that they've changed Coca-Cola. So eventually they revert back, and it's a huge PR thing. Like, they finally brought Coca-Cola back, and their sales absolutely skyrocket. Which almost makes you wonder if the entire thing was planned, and if it was, it would be the greatest marketing ploy of all time, but we can't prove that. But what it does prove is that Coca-Cola's marketing psyop over the course of generations was so outrageously effective that they could literally give the customer a better product in in every way for the exact same price. And not only would the customers still prefer the original Coca-Cola, they would demand it. And you can see it again with the secret recipe. The secret recipe is not secret. It's literally on Wikipedia. Yet Coca-Cola still has this like fancy ass vault with a palm scanner and an eye reader and like smoke and red lights and mist showing where they hide the secret recipe. Everybody knows what the secret recipe is. All you got to do is Google it. It's right there for the taking, but nobody cares because it's still Coca-Cola. You could literally open up your own soda
okay, so that means I can make Coca-Cola
product as Coca-Cola, and guess what? Nobody's gonna drink your shit because you're not Coca-Cola. You're not Cousin Jimmy. You're not a member of the family. You haven't been psyoped into existence for the last 4 generations. Also, that's not true. You can't just recreate Coca-Cola because Coca-Cola has an exclusive deal with the Steffen Company, which is the only company allowed by the DEA to import coca leaves and de-cocainify them. So you wouldn't be allowed to get coca leaves to put in your drink anyways. But my point still stands.
Okay, so they actually still have coke in there.
Get the coca leaves and you can somehow make the exact same product and somehow magically sell it for the exact same price despite Coca-Cola's overwhelming manufacturing and distribution capabilities. You would still fail outrageously for no reason other than the fact you're not Coca-Cola, because they have the greatest psyop of all time on their side and they will always win because of it. And we know this because there's been multiple times throughout history, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, there's always somebody coming forward saying, we found Coke's secret recipe in some old document that we found in an auction house and blah, 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 blah. And every single time Coca-Cola just comes out and says, that's not the secret recipe. Nuh-uh.
Lol. But if it's on Wikipedia, it must be true, right? It must be true.
Is it the recipe that makes up Coca-Cola? Yeah, it absolutely is, but it's not the secret recipe because the secret recipe is not the chemicals and the oils and the coca leaves that Coca-Cola puts inside of their drink. The secret recipe is the marketing itself, the marketing that has gone on for generations and was so outrageously effective that it went from marketing into a psychological operation. That is the secret recipe of Coca-Cola, not the ingredients inside of it. And you wanna know who knows this? Pepsi knows this because there was a disgruntled Coca-Cola employee that got a hold of executives over at Pepsi and offered to sell them Coca-Cola's secret recipe, but Pepsi realizes that it's not what makes up Coca-Cola. It's Coca-Cola's marketing and psyop itself that is the secret recipe. So instead of trying to buy the ingredient list that goes into Coke, they turn that motherfucker over to the FBI.
Let's go! Yeah, I heard about that actually. So they want the marketing strategy, not the recipe.
The most successful marketing of all time. I don't know where the line is that separates marketing and psychological operation, but I feel fairly certain in saying Coca-Cola passed it a while ago. Coca-Cola's marketing is so good, they literally took a Confederate colonel's recipe for his medication to help him overcome his morphine addiction and turned it into the most recognizable beverage and one of the most recognizable brands, period, on the planet. Branding that was so successful.
Yeah, but this is crazy how this is real, bro.
Meaning that if you were to actually try to change it, you would be fundamentally changing what that product itself was. And in that, there's never been a better demonstration of how overwhelmingly effective just marketing can be. Marketing can be so effective that it is the secret recipe. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at the Fat Electrician.
You know, but is Coca-Cola addictive?
Out.
I'm worried. Is Coca-Cola addictive?
Right, time to start the stopwatch and see how long it takes for me to get a cease and desist.
Wait, what? What happened? But you know, I hope Coca-Cola is not addictive. I tried one time, I didn't like it, so. But yeah, but this, oh my god, the fact that Fanta has that Easter is crazy. Okay, shuck and cheese now.
This is
Pizza
easily
Fight
going to be the
Club.
most unhinged video on this channel, and that's saying
Look
a
at
lot.
that. Wait.
Today we're talking about Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh my God.
Here's the deal. Normally when I talk about a business on this channel, it's because this business
Yeah, the
is
robots.
thriving and they have an incredible business model and they're a genius and they're doing something incredible or they're doing something shady. This is not that. Chuck E. Cheese is quite literally the living embodiment of an entrepreneur's fever dream where he went off into the business world, made so much money that he could then just cash out, retire. He had enough money forever, but he had so much left over on top of that that he could just start doing dumb shit with it. And that's how Chuck E. Cheese came to be. And we're going to talk about it right after from our sponsor.
Chuck E. Cheese just exists because some stuff, I guess. Oh my god, what is that?
For what?
Sourdough?
You put a bayonet on a suppressor for sourdough bread. Why?
It's America.
That weapon is big.
The logic's impeccable. All right, here's the deal. Super simple, straightforward business model. You give them money, they turn around and make sure the data brokers
Why is this full of
personal information. What does that even mean? Okay, here's the entire internet and every free service on the planet inside of a nutshell. Okay, there's this.
So you're telling me Chuck E. Cheese just happened because some guys was so rich and he didn't have nothing to do.
Whether that be Google,
so he just did it.
Instagram, Snapchat, all of it.
Okay, that's crazy.
So one of two things is happening.
Because he's American, I guess.
And that's how that company makes money since their service is free, or they're going to collect your personal information.
How much it costs a weapon like that?
On the internet,
10 euro.
Turn around and sell it to whoever buys it, and next thing you know,
maybe 50 euro.
Robocalls every single day.
I don't know how much a weapon
they will look
costs.
through all the major data brokers and find the ones that are selling your personal information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf, and then they are legally obligated to comply. And then they'll continue to monitor these data brokers, and if they get your information again, Delete Me will submit an opt-out request again. Basically, you're paying Delete Me to get rid of all the downsides of all of the free stuff on the internet, which I think is absolutely worth it. If you want to check them out, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, our story begins in 1977 when Chuck E. Cheese was founded by Alan Bushnell. Who's Alan Bushnell? The guy that founded Atari, basically the godfather of video games, okay? If you're not picking up on what down, I'm trying to tell you, he's got a lot of money. And if you listen to him tell the story, he's got, you know, the typical entrepreneur story where he noticed a gap in the market, he had a brilliant idea, he executed on it and made a business. The summary of that story is basically he, you know, founded Atari, was running this big company, they were making arcade games, they were selling them to arcades, and the arcades were making a ton of money with all the quarters that were coming in, so he's like, okay, well, obviously we should start having our own arcades, and then he had the idea of pairing it with food, and he went with pizza because it takes a while to prepare. It's kind of hard to fuck it up, you know what I mean? It's bread, sauce, cheese, and meat that's already pre-cooked. You throw it on top, throw it in the oven. So
okay, the guy that created Atari created Chuck E. Cheese.
They're sitting there for 20, 30 minutes waiting for the pizza to get done, and they play at the arcade.
That's weird.
I know what you're thinking, fat electrician. That sounds like a pretty good business model to me. Why is it an entrepreneur's fever dream? And it's because everything after the inception of the idea is not even fathomable to anybody other than a man that's already worth tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars and does not give a single fuck about anything. So they start opening up this first Chuck E. Cheese, and it's still owned by Atari at this point. And Alan Bushnell, I'm assuming,
Atari still exists.
You know what? Fuck it, I want dancing robots. And they're like, okay, we'll get dancing robots. Make it a coyote. So they order a dancing robot coyote. They're gonna call it Coyote's Pizza. It's gonna be great. But apparently there was a mess up at the robot coyote manufacturing plant, and they sent a giant rat instead.
Okay, I guess. Accept it then.
The Quad Lock Black Friday sale is on now.
It is ratty cheese now.
30% off all.
Again, Alan Bushnell with zero fucks to give is like, it's fine. We'll call it Rick Rat's Pizza instead. The rat will be the mascot. But then, you know, somebody in the boardroom at Atari is like, sir, I don't know if having the word rat and pizza in the same sentence, like when people think of food, they don't want to think about rats. Maybe that's a bad idea. And he's like, okay, fine. We'll call it Chuck E. Cheese. What's the E stand for? Entertainment. That's the rat's name. Charles Entertainment Cheese. Okay, I mean, it's still a rat.
I
but
think
that's
it was just
cheese. And one more thing. Give him a cigar and a Jersey accent, and I want him to roast people 24/7.
No way.
Okay. I mean, who's he gonna roast? The other robots. We're doing more than just one dancing robot? Yeah, we're gonna have Pasquale that's gonna be the pizza chef. We're gonna have a hound dog that's got Confederate flags on the side of it, and then the lead singer is gonna be a female hippo with giant tits that bounce up and down when she hits her high notes.
This is real?
Sir, aren't you worried that sexualizing a hippo could send the wrong message? You know what? The ladies need something too. I want you to mash Cookie Monster and Grimace together in one character. He's from the planet Purple, and his name is Mr. Munch. That'll send a message. So, okay, so this is an adult establishment that you're trying to make here. What? No, we're marketing to kids, okay? I'll slow this down so
Oh
you
my
get
God,
wits
what
as
the
we go,
hell?
okay? Parents bring their kids to a pizza place because they don't want to cook dinner. They've had a long day at work, all right? Now, they're going to come in, the kids are going to see the arcade games, they're going to go fucking nuts, and we're going to take their money. In exchange, we're going to give them our own golden tokens, and then the kids are going to go play the arcade games. The arcade games are going to spit out tickets, and then they can exchange those tickets for prizes like candies and toys and shit. Sir, you're the boss, I'll do whatever, but just so we're clear.
Oh
you
wait,
wanna
the ad is gonna start. Well, this is crazy. One person, regrets. This is a person? Okay, I guess. They serve alcohol? What's a Gatsby party? I don't know what that is. Childhood Red Casino. Into a fight. Bro, this sounds so cool. So Chuck E. Cheese was created by the guy that created Atari, and Atari is our owners of Chuck E. Cheese. I didn't know Atari still was a thing. I thought it was dead. And it was not to be a rat, it would be a coyote, and they have all these weird things in it, and it's a casino. It sounds so weird. It's like a fever dream, bro. I can't. But you know, it sounds cool in a way to go there, but I will just go there, and if it was with a good price, I would go there and eat something, you know? Just that. I don't want to spend money, you know? Oh man. I have this kind of pillow of my keyboard is getting bad. Okay, it's kind of old already, but I like my pillow.
Child casino run by an animatronic rat that's from New Jersey that's smoking a cigar, talking shit to the other robots that are a hippopotamus with giant tits that bounce up and down, a Confederate hound dog, a pizza chef, and an alien from the planet Purple that you've named Mr. Munch.
Munch. It looked like a good name for a cookie.
Okay, you're the boss. Let's do it. Perfect. Step one, apply for the liquor license. We're going to sell booze at the Child Rat Casino.
Of course.
Fucking right we are.
Let's go.
That's the story of how Chuck E. Cheese came to be, and you're never going to believe this. It was outrageously successful right out of the gate. Why wouldn't it be? It's perfect. It's perfect in every way. It's fucking beautiful, okay? Looking back at Chuck E. Cheese, I only have childhood memories, but like as a kid, it was a lot of fun. As an adult, I'm pissed off that Chuck E. Cheese has changed and they got rid of all the animatronic robots and rebranded it and made it family friendly, even though it was family friendly the entire time. Chuck E. Cheese
Where are the robots
awesome.
then?
Because looking back, my dad had it made. There was a restaurant in town where my dad could take me as a child with my two sisters and, give mom some time off at the house to relax. And he's being a good dad by taking the kids off her hands. And we go to Chuck E. Cheese. He hands me a $20 bill so I can go buy poker chips at a rat casino and fuck off for 2 hours while he sits there eating pizza, drinking a pitcher of beer with his buddies, and watching animatronic hippo tits bounce up and down. And he's a good dad for it.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here
I like the
It's a struggle
description.
to find a McDonald's that's got a fucking McPlay place, and even if I go there, I can't get shit-faced with my buddies. This is bullshit, and I'm jealous. Sorry, I need to make this slightly educational. So that started in 1977. It was outrageously successful right out of the gate. And pretty much immediately, they had this business guy come to him, and he wanted to have 200 franchises all across America because, obviously, it's the best
Are
business
they outside
model
of
ever.
America
I mean,
too?
the
I
pizza
want to
doesn't
try
even have
it.
to be good. It's drunk dads and a bunch of kids that are overstimulated from playing in an arcade, the two demographics of people that'll eat literally fucking anything. The same year that business guy signed up to have 200 franchises, he basically tried to back out of it and was like, you know what, counteroffer, I'm just gonna steal your entire business model of dancing robots and a pizza place that sells beer with an arcade, and I'm gonna open my own thing. I'm gonna call it Showbiz. So that's what he did. A huge legal battle ensued. Chuck E. Cheese ended up suing the guy, and he had to give like royalties back to Chuck E. Cheese. So now he's got a direct competitor, but things are still going okay. But then in 1980, 1983, the arcade market crashes because at-home games come out and people don't need to go to an arcade anymore to play video games, and arcade sales drop 97% in a single year. A year later, Chuck E. Cheese has to file for bankruptcy, and for some reason or another, Showtime actually ended up performing better than Chuck E. Cheese did, and ends up
But Chuck E. Cheese wasn't created by Atari.
So now Showbiz owns Chuck E. Cheese. Around the same time, the
No
Showbiz
way.
animatronic guy, the dude
That's
that made
still
all the music and all the
awarding?
bullshit for their robots, wasn't going to re-up his lease, and he owned the music, so they were stuck in this situation where they had just bought out Chuck E. Cheese, but now they don't have the rights to use any of the music for any of their animatronics. So Showtime is just like, fuck it, we're just going to rebrand everything to Chuck E. Cheese, and the rat stays.
Let's go!
And that pretty much brings us to the Chuck E. Cheese that most of us remember. And historically speaking, things went okay. There were some downsides because, you know, what could possibly go wrong if you're serving parents alcohol while their kids are gambling in a rat casino? Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'll explain it to you this way. The most likely place you are to get in a fist fight is at a bar with people consuming alcohol. The only way to make that
Those in Waffle House have alcohol because there's fights in there.
To bring their kids to the bar so that when the kids get in a fight, the parents who are hardwired to defend and side with their children, no matter what, rush to resolve the issue between the children while they're drunk. The other parents come in, also drunk. They both side with their own kids, and then mom and dad get in a fight with the other mom and dad.
Let's go.
Waffle House is bad. Chuck E. Cheese has them beat. I guarantee it. You can literally look up on YouTube Chuck E. Cheese fight. There is a playlist with 96 videos in it. Okay,
way.
And that's just the ones we caught on camera.
Is that
Literally
true?
Parents holding cameras, watching other parents fight with kids running around.
Bro,
while the
there's a
parents are yelling
playlist.
World Star.
Nice. Very nice.
A single Chuck E. Cheese in Milwaukee in 2015 had to call the police 147 times every other day. Obviously, this leads to a ton of Chuck E. Cheeses all over the country losing their liquor licenses, and that impacts profit margins, so that's not good. Oh, and then I think Chuck E. Cheese might have accidentally created furries.
Bro,
No
what are you
way.
talking about, man?
Because, you know, who could have predicted that showing young adolescent children a giant animatronic hippo bouncing her tits up and down could have led to some weird sexual fetishes?
Look at us. Who would have thought?
Not me.
The kids grow up seeing that. They want to work at Chuck E. Cheese when they're in their
I
teenage
guess.
years. Then they get to be the mascot, and then things just spiral from there. And that's not just me hypothesizing. The fucking founder, Alan Bushnell, literally said it.
You can't imagine the weird things that people do from inside of a Chuck E. Cheese costume. The other thing that you don't know is the weird things that employees do in the Chuck E. Cheese changing
But it was because of what?
door, small
Do you have an
space.
idea?
So other than that, business was great. And then they got accused of recycling pizza.
Also,
because, you
what
know,
do they do
pizza
inside
from
the
Chuck E. Cheese
suite?
is not
Now
that
I'm-
great. They're
now
serving
I'm
it to drunk
worried.
parents and small children. Nobody cares what it looks like. Well, people started getting these like lopsided
Pizza.
pizzas where it didn't even look like it was cut from the same pie. So people started thinking that they were just taking old slices that people didn't eat and throwing them all together into one like monstrosity pie and bringing it out as a new pizza, which allegedly wasn't true, but a lot of people thought it was. So that led to a downturn in business. And then COVID hit,
No
which was
way.
obviously a disaster for Chuck E. Cheese, but they needed to find a way to stay in business, and that's exactly what they did in the sketchiest way possible. As I'm sure you can imagine if you lived through it, food delivery services were basically like born and thrived under COVID. DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, all that bullshit. So Chuck E. Cheese started offering their pizza to get
Okay.
delivered to your house, but nobody on the planet would ever order a pizza from Chuck E. Cheese to get delivered to the house. It breaks
Why?
the entire business model. It's not good pizza. Nobody wants that shit. So we're like, okay,
it's
what's the
not
problem?
good then.
Everybody knows
Okay,
our
I thought
pizza
it was
sucks.
good.
We're just gonna come up with a different name. We're gonna have all these food delivery services list our restaurant as Pasquale's Pizza. You know, the animatronic pizza chef. It's Pasquale's
Oh.
Pizza. So people started ordering from Pasquale's Pizza. Sounds Italian, probably local. Want to support local business. It's probably
Let's
gonna be great
go.
pizza. And then they were getting Chuck E. Cheese pizza delivered to their fucking house.
Guess who just ordered
Yay!
from your favorite
What
pizza
business?
place,
Woo!
Alfredo.
Wait, Alfredo's Pizza Cafe? Or Pizza by Alfredo?
Same thing.
No.
All right. You know what? I don't understand when you all talk at the same time.
Is that unethical? Yes. Is that exactly the type of business move I would expect from Charles E. Cheese, the cigarette-smoking rat with a New Jersey accent that runs the
Yeah,
local
I guess
child
that
casino?
was
Absolutely. So they got busted for that. Since then, post-COVID, they've rebranded. They've got a horrible new logo like every other company. It's minimalist. It looks like it's off word clip art. They've also taken out all the animatronics because apparently the kids don't like animatronics anymore, okay? They've ruined Chuck E. Cheese, okay? Every Chuck E. Cheese should have been turned into a national park and bought by the US government and preserved for mankind. Okay, I'm pissed. I don't give a shit if the kids don't like animatronics. Fuck them kids. Chuck E. Cheese was for me, the adult, okay? I got cheated out of it in my adulthood. Had it in my childhood, I want it in my adulthood too. Oh, fat electrician just wants to get in a fist fight at Chuck E. Cheese. Yes, absolutely, I fucking do. Okay, nothing would make me happier than knowing on my deathbed that I'm just telling you, I would and my sons are gonna be at my funeral after putting me in the ground, drinking a beer together, reminiscing on all the memories they had with me, and one of them is gonna look at the other and go, "You remember that time Dad got in a fight at Chuck E. Cheese when so-and-so tried to steal your tickets?" Fuck yeah, I do. That would be awesome. That's a core memory that everybody should have. Okay, that's it. There's no point to this video. There's nothing to be learned. It's not a brilliant business model. It's just, I wanted Chuck E. Cheese to exist. I was mad that it didn't. I looked into it and realized that it was fucking crazy that it ever existed. It's literally a fever dream by some dude that had fuck you money and made a childhood rat casino, literally adolescent Las Vegas, where the parents could get drunk and get in fist fights.
But doesn't exist anymore.
I think Chuck E. Cheese,
it would be funny to try that.
Friendly establishment. They need to start reopening Chuck E. Cheese's with all the animatronic robots, complete throwback to the 80s and 90s, and they need to open them up in states that have mutual combat laws, okay? Mutual combat laws are incredible. It's literally, if you bump into a guy at the bar and say, "Hey, do you want to take this outside?" and you guys go outside and beat the hell out of each other, nobody has any legal repercussions because you were both consenting to that fight. Open up Chuck E. Cheese's in all of these states that have mutual combat laws and install an MMA ring in it as well, okay? You have fight night.
I hope nobody gets hurt
every day of the week. It'd be incredible. Could you imagine being a kid and your dad is the local Chuck E. Cheese heavyweight champion? It'd be fucking awesome. Write that down, write that down! I sound like a crazy person. I gotta go. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
Let's go quick.
The more history I study, the more I come to realize that the 1990s were the peak of human civilization. We will never be that great. Never again.
I don't know. I didn't live in that time, so I don't know if it was good or not. Sorry. But probably it was. Rockefeller animatronic thing where gods get repurposed for another brand? What? That's weird. Okay, now we have why Chick-fil-A outperforms the competition, capitalism done right.
This just might be my favorite business model of all
the original
time.
balls are increasingly harder to restore and fix. Why?
Today we're talking about Chick-fil-A. It is the most successful restaurant chain in America, and it is done.
Do they change over time to be that hard?
For the past decade. So at a bare minimum, regardless about how you feel about Chick-fil-A, you should at least take the time to understand their business model because it's really good. And when I say it's good, that's an understatement because they're not just the most successful restaurant chain in America, they are the most
they are changing to different characters.
Miles. They absolutely body the competition.
Okay. Oh my god, they sell a lot.
For you. The most profitable restaurant chains of 2023 are as follows. Starbucks with $35 billion, McDonald's with $25 billion, and then coming in third is Chick-fil-A with $21 billion.
And original parts disappear. How do they disappear like that?
The most successful. Well, per capita matters, right? Because Starbucks.
Okay, I don't know if there's a Chick-fil-A here in Portugal, so.
40,000 locations.
There is? I know that's Starbucks.
$25 billion, but they've got 40,000 locations. Chick-fil-A is coming in third place with $21 billion, and they have 2,900 locations.
Okay,
these other restaurant chains are 4 times larger and have the same output as Chick-fil-A, meaning that the average Chick-fil-A is like 12 to 14 times more profitable
that. Don't toss him in the trash then.
Which is absolutely fucking insane. And then it gets even crazier when I remind you that Chick-fil-A isn't open on Sundays, meaning that Chick-fil-A is outperforming all of its peers with less locations, working less hours a day, working less days per week. And we're going to get into how that's possible right after a word from our sponsor. Today's video is brought to you by Rocket Money. It is your all-in-one finance app capable of doing pretty much anything
you know, for what I see, Chick-fil-A sounds like something made of chicken.
But what sets Rocket Money apart is they help.
I don't know, I think I never tried a chicken burger. I'm afraid it will not taste good. But they say that like CBO and those types of burgers with chicken are really good. I don't know, man. I'm afraid to waste my money and don't like it, you know.
Sign up for the 7-day free trial just to watch our show. Then we forget we signed up for the free trial, and then we're getting charged $7, $8, $9, $10 a month every month for the next 3 years, and I have no idea. Okay, because online streaming has just turned into cable again, let's face it. Is Rocket Money going to fix that problem? No, not really, but they are going to help you quit paying for it. In addition to that, recurring monthly payments that aren't necessarily
Jesus Christ, Netflix is that expensive.
Rocket Money will actually help you negotiate to lower your bill and save you money there too. So if you want to give Rocket Money a try for free, you can go to rocketmoney.com/fatfiles. I'm going to have it also linked in the description down below. Let's get back to the video. Anyways, let's take it from the top. All right, our story begins March 21st, 1921, when this old guy was born. Well, he was at the time. He was just born. It was his first birthday. Well, his 0 birthday, which doesn't make sense because technically that literally is his first birthday, but we don't call it your first birthday until you've already been alive for a whole year, which, anyway.
Whole year.
Moving on.
Falling behind your competition? Use SEMrush's traffic and market toolkit to track their strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, anyways, that's Truett Cathy. He is a founder of Chick-fil-A, and when he was 20 years old, Pearl Harbor was attacked, at which point I assume he thought to himself, you know what this world needs? Less fascism and more dope-ass chicken sandwiches. So he joined the army. So he goes, he fights in World War II, fast forward, 1945, Allies win, he comes back home, crosses defeat fascism off the to-do list, only thing left, make a dope-ass chicken sandwich. First things first, gotta have a restaurant, right? So he opens
okay, now I want to try the chicken.
And it is open 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, every day except for Sunday. He's a real religious guy. He just believed in taking Sundays off. So that's what he's up to for like the next 21 years, from 1946 till 1967. He's running this singular restaurant that is his, getting a bunch of experience, learning, you know, doing the whole shtick. His current restaurant has this enormous menu. Then one day in 1967, he's working with
how big is the menu?
Offers him a deal on chicken breasts because they are selling chicken breasts to the airline, and the airline can only take these little tiny chicken breasts that fit inside the little itty bitty airline food trays. So all the chicken breasts that he's going to be getting are just the big juicy ones, and he's like, yeah, I can figure something out. From there he goes into his lab trying to figure out the best way to cook chicken breasts, and he decides he's going to pressure cook it inside fancy peanut oil with his secret blend of herbs and spices, and that recipe is still locked up in Chick-fil-A headquarters to this day. So he's done it. He's made the best fried chicken the world has ever seen. So he's like, okay, only problem, it's pretty greasy. Like it's really greasy. It's too greasy to eat with your hands. So he's like, okay, well, I'm just going to stick it inside of a hamburger bun with butter and 2 pickles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And thus the chicken sandwich was born, or at least that's what
Chick-fil-A
says. They say that they're the ones that invented the chicken sandwich.
I'm getting hungry, bro. I didn't even got lunch today.
I'm just going to sell this chicken sandwich. I'm going to rename my restaurant from the Dwarf House to Chick-fil-A, and this is all I'm going to sell. And the rest is history. Fast forward like 60 years, guess what they're still doing today? They are selling that exact chicken sandwich, which leads me into the first principle of why they're so successful.
It's the only thing they sell, but they say they have a huge menu.
Don't fix it. Okay, the chicken sandwich is perfect. Leave it alone. Nobody touch it. Just keep selling the exact same thing that got you here. I know that sounds simple and dumb, but most companies can't.
I think it makes sense to keep selling the thing that made you.
16 times the size of a regular.
What was that? What is that?
To you, the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap.
Okay, and I can give you an example why changing shit up and having promotional items all the time is a terrible idea. I used to eat Doritos all the time. Then, one day, Doritos came out with this new flavor called Buffalo Ranch Doritos Jacked, and they were the best Doritos on the planet by like 10
I never tried those.
I probably ate a bag of them every day for several years straight. Then, one day, they just disappeared and they quit making them, seemingly for no reason. I can only assume it's because it was driving down the sales of all the other flavors because they were the best Doritos ever. And now, guess what? I just don't eat Doritos anymore because every time I eat a normal Dorito or a Cool Ranch Dorito or a sweet chili Dorito, I go, oh, It's like a shittier version of Doritos Jacked Buffalo
You know,
Ranch, and
when it was like limited time editions of food, I really bought them a lot, and then they never came back, and I got depressed and never buy it again because I liked the special edition because it tasted so good. And then you had to buy the normal one when they stopped selling them, and it was so bad.
For the rest of my life. But no, they fucked it up. Which leads us right into our next principle, the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. And this is really where Chick-fil-A excels. Okay, let me break this down for you. Here's their entire menu. They sell chicken sandwiches. That chicken can be fried or grilled, and it can come with cheese or lettuce if you want. And then they also have chicken nuggets and chicken tenders. That's
okay.
That's like the whole menu. And some of you are like, wow, that's
no,
I
have to go there.
Get bored if I went there a lot. First of all, unlikely.
It's so simple. I can get everything in the menu then.
Even if you did get to the point where you're like, you know what? I don't want a chicken sandwich. Cool. Then don't go to Chick-fil-A, okay? If you don't need plumbing work done, don't call a plumber. But if you do need plumbing work done, you call a plumber. And if you want a chicken sandwich, you go to Chick-fil-A because it's the best chicken sandwich, okay? There's nobody on the planet that's like, man, I would really enjoy a chicken sandwich right now. And they pull up to an intersection and there's a McDonald's right next to a Chick-fil-A. 0 people on the planet are going to go to McDonald's for that chicken sandwich, okay? None. Nobody. Chick-fil-A.
Well, if they're in Europe, I don't know, because there's no Chick-fil-A here.
Champion, which honestly is exactly how you should tackle pretty much anything in life, okay? Pick the one thing that you want to excel at and just be the best in the world at it, and you're going to make way more money than anybody else, okay? Let me break this down for you. Every person that you've ever looked up to, pretty much ever, you've admired for the fact that they are the best in the world at something, or they excel at one thing in particular, okay? Michael Jordan hasn't played basketball in decades, but everybody on the planet knows who Michael Jordan is because that motherfucker was the best at playing basketball. Okay, you've never had a role model.
You know, I know him because of songs and games and stuff.
Because they're pretty mediocre at a bunch of random shit.
Oh my.
Okay, so picking the one thing that you want to be the best at and pursuing just that is a good strategy for pretty much anything. But when it comes to restaurants, it is uniquely awesome. And here's why. Picking one type of food to be the best in the world at makes...
Is this the menu? Okay. Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A Deluxe. Chick-fil-A. Okay, I would only take this. If I got there. Maybe this? This looks good. I don't know if this is good. Never tried it. But this one looks cool. Everything looks cool actually.
The menu smaller, and making the menu smaller not only makes your employees better and the food better, it makes the customers better. Because the menu is small, customers are going to have less things to choose. They're also going to have less things to remember. So after you've been to a Chick-fil-A like twice, you know the entire menu. And even if it is your first time there, there's less things to choose. So you're going to pick one quickly and then you're going to move it along. That means the lines are moving faster. You don't have people standing there looking up at a menu with 10,000 different items, drooling on themselves, desperately trying to figure out what they want. No, it's like Aldi. You have one option. Pick it.
I like small menus actually because I have to read everything and it takes a long time.
Satisfaction. And there's still more to it because now on the other side of the cash register back in the kitchen, there's less items on the menu. That means that there's less variables, and less variables almost always leads to less fuck ups. So not only are you getting a delicious chicken sandwich, you're getting it fast and you're getting it how you wanted it to be in the first place, okay? Customer satisfaction is through the roof. Okay, and at this point, some of you think, surely I'm exaggerating and having a smaller menu can't make the business that much better. But you're wrong, and we're going to go over McDonald's menu together, and I will prove it to you. All right, McDonald's menu. Let's see what we got going on here. First off, we have the Big Mac, and then we have the Quarter Pounder. First question right out the bat. Why do we have the same type of meat with different sizes of patties, okay? Go with the smaller patties, and then if they want more meat, just give them more patties. Don't have different sizes for no reason. It's more variables, and somebody's going to fuck it up eventually. Okay?
You know, I usually eat this, and that's it.
Guy on lunch break while I'm at work orders a double Quarter Pounder with cheese, and then they accidentally give me normal Big Mac sized beef patties. I'm gonna be sad, and then I have to get my burger remade, and it slows down the whole world. Okay, next order of business. Why do some buns have sesame seeds and some don't? Okay, do I care about sesame seeds? No. Does any rational person care about sesame seeds on the bun unless they have an allergy? Absolutely not. But we all know that there's some Karen that's gonna use that as an excuse to drive back around and go through the drive-thru again, bitch out the employee for 5 minutes because she's trying to get a free meal over it, okay? Now you've ruined the employee's day, you've slowed down the line, and you have to make more burgers, all because you can't decide whether or not you want sesame seeds on your buns, okay? Just make a decision. Okay, next question.
You
what
can
the fuck
choose
is the
that,
difference between
actually?
a McDouble and a double cheeseburger? They look like the same exact thing. Oh, I see here. It's one piece of cheese. That's the difference. You have a whole different sandwich with a different name over one piece of cheese. Okay, just pick how you're making a double cheeseburger. Do you want it with one piece or two pieces of cheese? Don't have two
I'm
different
back.
options, because now I have
Hello.
to listen to the next 10,000 people ask.
I'm seeing Chick-fil-A.
And the double cheeseburger.
It
One
looks so
costs
good.
70
The
cents
menu
more
is so
because it has
small.
an
I want
extra
to go
piece of
there.
cheese. Okay, that's dumb.
Unfortunately, it's only in USA.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done, and
all right, moving on. Chicken and fish, adding 2 more types of meat, which is more variable, so that's bad.
Never tried any of this. Never tried. Never. These ones never I tried. Never.
It's probably the best one because that sounds way better than a regular McCrispy, which means I'm never going to eat a regular McCrispy ever again because I'm always going to be thinking about the one that got away, the delicious bacon Cajun ranch McCrispy.
Yeah, that's the limited editions are so good and then they go bye-bye, never back again.
Dumped by a girlfriend. Okay, quit putting people through that. Either keep the item or don't keep the item. Okay, next order of business. Why are we adding a 3rd additional bun? Okay, this one also has no sesame seeds. Just put the no sesame seed bun on this one. Or if this bun is better, just get rid of the shitty bun altogether. Okay, then we come to this philosophical conundrum. What is the difference between the McChicken and the McCrispy? Can somebody explain this to me? That's horrible. I'm fat. Of course I don't know the difference. Okay, this one right here is where they're trying to knock off Chick-fil-A. I know that because it looks like they're trying to knock off Chick-fil-A. And secondly, it comes in a foil bag just like Chick-fil-A. And this is their original chicken sandwich, which is basically a frozen hockey puck that they call chicken that they popped in the microwave beforehand. Okay?
Let's
if you're trying
go.
to rip off Chick-fil-A, just commit to it and get rid of this one altogether. Okay, moving on. Okay, then we have the chicken nuggets.
Hey, stop it!
Okay, so that's 2. Now we've got 10 for a total of 19 different items on their entree menu. Okay, now let's just go ahead and pop over to
I think there's more than that.
Art. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 items. That's it, okay? Now,
Okay,
I'm gonna ding them here
sounds
because
cool.
that is a different bun, clearly. However, I can see from here that that bun looks like it tastes like shit. So clearly it is a healthier bun somehow that's going with the healthier cut of chicken. So at least that makes sense, okay? Okay, moral of the story, less items with less ingredients equals less fuck-ups, which makes everything move faster. This is where I really think they get capitalism right, and that principle is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. You see, there's only 2,900 Chick-fil-A's, and they're not in a hurry to put up a bunch more. They would rather have one really good Chick-fil-A as opposed to 10 pretty mediocre ones. And that's why one Chick-fil-A makes 12 times as much money as a McDonald's. And having this mentality allows them to focus on the original goal, which is just eating good food. When you compare Chick-fil-A to McDonald's as far as opening up a new location goes, it's insane how different their mentalities are. Because McDonald's is meticulous, they go full psychological warfare mode on where they're gonna put all of their locations. I'm making these numbers up, but this is roughly what their process is. If you come to McDonald's with millions of dollars, say, hey, I wanna open up a McDonald's, they're like, cool, give us the general area. Then they send people out to sit in potential locations, and those people just sit there and count.
Did you watch the barbecue?
Click. And
Burger King and
every 100 cars that drive.
Wait. Ah, that's the next video. That's the next video. Don't you worry. It's the next one.
By 3 of them are going to pull into McDonald's, and they know that every single person that pulls into a McDonald's on average spends $12 or whatever. Before McDonald's even breaks
here
ground
in
on
McDonald's, you spend $20
how much money that location is going to make that year. Chick-fil-A, on the other hand, doesn't give a shit. They're going full Field of Dreams approach. If I build it, they will come. Okay, they can't tell you within $10,000 how much money you're going to make in your first year, but guess what? They can tell you it's going to be more than any fucking McDonald's around. And because they grow so slowly, they're not like a normal franchise where just some rich millionaire dude can come up and be like, hey, I want to own a Chick-fil-A and never actually work there. No, Chick-fil-A owns every Chick-fil-A. They own all of it.
It's not much, but I do it. I do it.
Side of it, okay? If you want to run a Chick-fil-A, you become an operator, at which point you get 50% of the profits of that restaurant that you run, okay? They are extremely picky about who they let run Chick-fil-A's. You almost always have to have worked there for an extended period of time and worked your way up. These people end up making over $250,000 a year, and they have to have a very, very small investment. I think it's like $10,000, and it's not even technically an investment. It's more or less a security deposit because because if this person goes to a different job or they retire, they actually get that money back, assuming that the restaurant that they were running is in good condition when they leave. According to their website, like over 10,000 people every year apply to be an operator and run a Chick-fil-A, and they pick like maybe a couple hundred. They have a less than 1% approval rate for people going through an extensive interview process that includes writing essays, background screenings, and everything else. Now, obviously, there's pros and cons to this, just like everything else. One of the cons being, while you are the operator, you're technically not the owner, so you kind of always have that dangling over your head, like you're not actually the owner of the Chick-fil-A, you just run the place for somebody else. But at the same time, I think that it also incentivizes all the employees that work there, because there is actually a clear path of like success. There's a real career there where you can actually work your way up the ranks and start making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, potentially at a job that you started when you were 16 years old.
You know, many of the stuff right now I'm not understanding is about money, so I'm just hearing.
Company to actually have a visible ladder there that people at the bottom can climb up to the top. Because I mean, let's face it, a lot of these restaurants, like, yeah, technically you could own a McDonald's, but also I think McDonald's charges $50,000 or $60,000 just as a franchise fee to open up the restaurant. Then you also have to pay for the restaurant. Basically, you need like between $2 and $3 million to open up.
My God!
So as a person working at the cash register, that dream of potentially owning one, I guess technically is possible, but also highly, highly unlikely. And the problem with that is, instead of getting people that work their way up from doing dishes in the back all the way to running the store, you just get a bunch of multi-millionaire assholes that want to buy 50 McDonald's so that they can make even more money while also not working. Whereas Chick-fil-A, it's really hard to get a single Chick-fil-A, and then if you prove yourself and you're really, really good, sometimes they'll let you get a second or a third one. Less than 50% of all Chick-fil-A operators, which is their equivalent of like a franchise owner, actually run more than one Chick-fil-A, and they're all highly successful. So at most, you're only allowed to run Chick-fil-A. While with other chain restaurants, you can just buy like 60 of them, make a bunch of money, and never have to set foot in the place, and then your culture sucks.
And that is gonna start soon. Just wait, okay? I will be seeing here what there's more here. Okay, let me see. There's a transcript. What is a transcript? Oh my God, they got free food from Chick-fil-A. Okay, Chick-fil-A actually treats people really good, for what I'm saying in the comments. That's great, I guess. You know, it's good when companies do that, because, you know, the workers are beings too, you know? They're alive. Wait, I got some stuff. Wait. Okay, I've got a ton of suggestions already. Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess it's done. Let's proceed.
Giant money-making machine to you. Whereas with Chick-fil-A's strategy, even the people at the bottom of the totem pole could be like, oh shit, that's the guy running the show right now. He's here, he cares, he's helping me. He's been through what I've been through because he worked his way up. And I think that does a ton for the culture of a restaurant or any business, really. And I think it's pretty obviously visible from the outside if you've ever been to a Chick-fil-A. I think it's the best service out of any fast food restaurant I've ever been to. People are usually happy, and the statistics support that. They have half the turnover rate as a typical fast food restaurant, and they pay a little bit more on average. In the same vein as slow is smooth and smooth is fast, this company also operates on little to no debt, okay? They're closed on Sundays, they donate to a lot of charity, and they don't really like debt. Dave Ramsey is absolutely in love with this company. And what I mean by this is, unlike other companies that go and get big loans to expand, they don't. They save up money, and once they have enough money to open a new restaurant, they open the restaurant. And I think that this makes the entire workplace environment better for absolutely everybody, because now
that looks amazing.
Top, the upper management levels aren't freaking out about the bottom line. They don't have interest payments. They don't have payments they have to keep making all the time. It makes a low stress environment for them, which means they're they're not putting a bunch of stress and pressure on all the people below them, and that trickles all the way down throughout the entire company and just makes everything 100 times better. So in conclusion, whether you like Chick-fil-A or not, you should absolutely pay attention to what they're doing, because
I have to try it. I have to, but there's no in here.
They are the only restaurant to face nationwide boycotts multiple times in the past decade, and yet somehow they are still 12 times more profitable per restaurant than any of the other major restaurant chains. And they are somehow doing that with less menu items that have less variety between them, while working less hours per day and working less days per week. And it all comes down to basic common sense principles, right? Pick the thing you want to be good at and just be good at that.
Is it good?
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Do you like
simple,
it?
Stupid. Don't overcomplicate it.
It looks amazing.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Just don't be in a hurry. If you can apply those 4 things to literally any situation in life, you're more than likely.
What did you order? Did you order the classic chicken sandwich?
Bang.
I don't remember much then, probably, but it should be. Okay. But I think it would be good, right? In a way, I think it was good.
To such a rich tapestry of cultures.
It's so cool. Like.
Okay, the next one is Burger King vs McDonald's. Let's go.
All right, I'm just going to be honest with you. All of the research for this video started because of a meme, and honestly, it could not have been any better. Today we're talking about Burger King. Okay, look, I have seen this meme like 10,000 times in the last month. I'm not sure why. It must have went viral somewhere. Basically, the United States military has a Burger King that they can deploy anywhere on the planet in like 24 hours. So this piqued my interest for obvious reasons. I mean, nothing says you're outclassed like watching a foreign military drive a Burger King out the back of a cargo plane. Bearing that in mind, I thought to myself, surely this is an incredible business that I should look into, because they probably have a really impressive business model, and I was partially correct, because it was definitely worth looking into. There is not an impressive business model behind this company, okay? Not only is there not an impressive business model, there's not even really a business model, okay? As far as I can tell, Burger King was literally founded to troll McDonald's, and that has pretty much been their only mandate ever since.
You know, now I like more Burger King. I'm sorry, I like more Burger King. Okay, cool weapon. Yeah, but I like more.
You were hired for one ad only. You're done.
What is this?
Do something.
You're on your own. His boobs are bigger and he just made a Star Wars Highlander reference.
Okay, what was I telling? For now I like more Burger King because it gave good burgers, good prices, and they're big.
Are not selling your personal information.
And I love Ink Sandy Caramel, okay? And now here McDonald's, it's like really expensive and the burgers are really small, you know? And they come all messed up sometimes. It's just not as good as it was, you know? Here, my local restaurant, of course.
I mean, yeah, you could also wire your own house and grow your own food, but at some point it becomes more cost and time effective.
True. I think it's funny
to do their job, and plus they'll probably do a better job to begin with. I mean, here's the results they got for me. They reviewed over 18,000 listings from over 180 different data brokers and gotten over 3,000 listings removed almost every single month. And to be honest, I have absolutely
I don't know if these sponsors are available for only United States of America or they're available for other countries, you know? It depends really. Imagine, one day if I get sponsors, I probably will. I don't know if I have sponsors that can be on Portugal. Maybe I will do sponsors that I can't even get things from because they're from other places.
What a brilliant business model. They're selling cheap hamburgers through a drive-thru, just maximizing profits. It'd be a really good idea if we stole this exact business model and then took it over to the East Coast and started it in Jacksonville, Florida. They got a piece of equipment known as the Insta Broiler that they thought was going to be a faster and more efficient way to cook hamburgers, and opened up their very first Insta Burger King. And just like McDonald's, it was very successful right out of the gate. They rapidly started opening up new franchises all over the country. Now, the way they did franchises in the beginning was Well, it was kind of fucking stupid, to be honest with you. The way they did it was they would basically sell the rights to a district or a region of the United States to a
I don't know, man.
and that
It's not
franchisee
really
could then put
important,
up as
so
many Burger
I was
Kings
just
in that
talking.
area as they wanted, and there was really no rules whatsoever. And what this meant was it was a restaurant and it said Burger King on the outside.
Burger
but
King.
If you went to a different district where a franchisee ran their business completely differently, you were going to a different Burger King, but it was basically a completely different restaurant. The only similarity was that they both sold hamburgers, which kind of makes sense from this like eye in the sky point of view, but from a consumer standpoint, it was very confusing. And this goes on for over a decade. They continue to open up franchises all over the United States. The entire company gets bought and sold out on like 3 separate occasions during that initial 10 years. And then in 1967, all 274 Burger King franchises get bought out by Pillsbury for $18 million.
Pillsbury?
Sir.
What is that? Oh, so cute. He's so tiny. Oh, sorry, Ed. Oh my god. Sorry, I don't know what that is.
And the man from Pillsbury that gets put in charge of Burger King is an executive by the name of Norman Brinker. 2 things he does right out of the gate. He standardizes Burger King across the board. We're not going to have any more of this, like, you know, you have this experience in this district and this experience in that district. No, we're going to standardize it. All Burger Kings are going to be relatively the same. That way, when somebody's going from a different location to a different location, they can expect to find the same menu items and have relatively the same experience. And the second thing he does, he kicks off the long-standing Burger King tradition, and quite honestly, as far as I can tell, the only business model they've ever had of shit-talking McDonald's, because he launches a major ad campaign basically saying that Burger King is better than McDonald's because Burger King has bigger burgers. So naturally, McDonald's,
you know, in a way, if it's cheaper and you get bigger and better, I guess.
Lawsuits against rivals. They tried to sue Burger King and lost, which is honestly a pretty incredible lack of a sense of humor on McDonald's part, considering that their mascot is a clown. So Burger King continues to smack talk McDonald's. McDonald's continues to cry about it.
But you know, I think people decide what is better or not, right?
With big companies
people like McDonald's, people like Burger King. That's about
This
it.
is my favorite part, because this is an objective fact that Burger King had the best Happy Meal toys my entire childhood, okay? They start having Happy Meal toys of all the upcoming Disney movies. They start having memorabilia for the Star Wars movies. They had literally the best Happy Meal toy of all time, the golden Pokemon card, okay? I remember when I was like 7, 8 years old, opening up that Pokeball case and thinking that I was immediately a millionaire like fucking Scrooge McDuck. It was the best toy ever as a child.
Never had one.
This is brilliant marketing on Burger King's part, because let me tell you, as a child, I viewed going to Burger King as an investment opportunity, okay? I was trying to convince my parents to go to Burger King breakfast, lunch, and dinner so I could get more gold and become rich. By the 1980s, Burger King is absolutely losing to McDonald's on the business front, so they have the horrible idea of like, hey, you know what would help if we added a bunch of random shit to the menu to give people more options? Okay, this is a horrible idea. I've said this once, I'll say it again because I wholeheartedly believe it. Adding more options is almost never a good thing on the business front, especially in the restaurant industry.
It's a hamburger made out of meat on a bun with nothing. Add ketchup if you want. I couldn't care less.
I mean, look at Chick-fil-A. I did a whole video on that previously. It is pound for pound easily the most effective and profitable fast food chain in the world right now. They've got 1/7 as many locations as McDonald's. They're only open 6 days out of the week as opposed to 7, and each Chick-fil-A outperforms a McDonald's by a factor of like 20. And look at what they're doing. They're selling chicken sandwiches. That's it. They've got one fucking menu item and they're wrecking house. Okay, KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Overcomplicating shit almost never works. I mean, look at German engineering. Oh my God, everything they work on is an engineering marvel. It's so complex. Nobody else could possibly keep up. Keep up at what? Losing fucking world wars? Ask any mechanic on the planet if they want to work on a BMW. They're going to say fuck no, because it's an overcomplicated piece of shit. But that's what Burger King does, desperately trying to keep up with McDonald's. Over the course of the next decade, it drives the franchise straight into the ground, and by 1989, they have to end up selling to some big European conglomerate, Grand Metro, for $5.7 billion.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I almost forgot literally the worst and scariest part of this entire video. In addition to adding a bunch of different items to the menu, one of the items that they added was a bigger version of the Whopper, because McDonald's around this point in time came out with the Quarter Pounder, so Burger King wanted to one-up them, so they came up with the Third Pounder, okay? Not a horrible idea. Bigger is better.
Is that the Whopper?
Okay?
You know,
What they
Whopper is good.
was how fucking stupid people are. Okay, the 1/3 pounder was a complete flop and nobody could figure out why for the life of them. It was basically the same price as a 1/4 pounder. Literally more hamburger for the same amount of money. So they did a bunch of market research, and what the market research found out was the average person at a glance thought that the 1/4 pounder was the better deal because 4 is a bigger number than 3.
Oh, that makes sense.
Stupid that is. That's like calling up a pizza place and being like, hey, can you do me a solid? I want to order a large pepperoni pizza, but instead, can you cut it into 12 pieces instead of 10 because I'm really hungry right now? I swear, every time I think about this, I have an existential crisis, okay? Like, all right, look, I'm not saying I don't like democracy necessarily, but every time I hear shit like this and I know that these people's vote count for as much as my vote does, fucking...
It works like that, sorry, bro.
Carro é muito mais do que meio de transporte.
Okay, lol.
And this is where we get to the Burger King that we really know today, because Grand Metro has a two-pronged approach on how to turn this company around. Prong 1, they're going to expand globally, have Burger Kings all over the world.
World domination.
Really well. The second prong, they're going to double down on historically what has worked for Burger King, primarily continuing to get licensing deals for
toys.
Awesome
Yeah, toys. I like toys.
Shit-talking McDonald's. So we're
I'm
just going
the
to
enemy. I like toys and I like burgers, so I guess that's cool.
Slogan, why eat with a clown when you could dine with a king? There's that time that they had a Burger King dress up as a McDonald's for Halloween. Then there's probably one of the best
yeah,
ads
you heard about that.
Life. There's multiple videos and accounts on the internet of people that have had a McDonald's hamburger for like 20, 25 years, and the thing hasn't aged. It doesn't mold, it doesn't deteriorate. It looks
can you
very
eat
similar
it?
to the day that it was bought. So Burger King, obviously taking a shot at McDonald's with this, made an ad where they showed a Whopper getting moldy and decaying over the course of 34 days. Literally just saying the quiet part out loud, like, is our food good? No, not really, but at least bacteria is willing to eat it, unlike McDonald's. Okay, that's an incredible ad. Literally scientifically proving in like 30 seconds flat that they are healthier than the competition is brilliant. But just for the record, I am absolutely not saying that Burger King is healthy for you, okay? The Bacon King has like 2,100 calories just in the sandwich, okay? I ate one like 3 weeks ago. It felt like my cardiovascular system got shifted into 4 low for like 3 hours. But it did taste better than a Big Mac, so there is that. Which brings me to my next point. Their burgers are substantially bigger than McDonald's, and they like to prove that in the funniest ways possible, one of which is with one of the most iconic ads of all time, the Tiny Hands ad.
Have a BK double cheeseburger with us.
Nah, I'm gonna hit McDonald's at halftime.
Are you kidding?
I have these tiny hands, and that BK double cheeseburger is so big, it's gonna make them look even tinier.
Then there was that time when the new It movie premiered in Germany. They effectively turned the entire It film into one major advertisement for Burger King.
No way. No way.
And while those ads are funny and memorable, at the end of the day, it's just clever marketing. It's not actually trolling the enemy, which they
I think McDonald's doesn't have the plan anymore.
Like right next to or across the street from a McDonald's. Well, somebody at Burger King got the brilliant idea. They're like, hey, we've got this mobile app. What if we came up with a way to make it so people were incentivized to go to McDonald's to order food from Burger King? They created what they called the Whopper Detour, and basically what they did is they used the GPS tracking inside of the Burger King app, and if you were inside of a McDonald's location while you were ordering on your phone from Burger King, they would only charge you $1 for a Whopper. Effectively driving your business over to Burger King.
Really? Here they don't show the clown anymore.
The illusion that people were walking into McDonald's, standing there for a few minutes.
McDonald's here now is green and brown
before walking next door
and doesn't have a clown.
My personal favorite troll actually happened this year in 2024. What happened was, over in Ireland, there's a small chain of like 100 restaurants called Supermax, and McDonald's has effectively been trying to sue this company because apparently Supermax is infringing upon their trademark of the Big Mac, and they've been taking them to court for a couple of years, and they recently just lost
they don't show it to
effectively using their trademark for the Big Mac term.
Then that's okay. Then they have it
so
there.
Burger King immediately quit selling Whoppers and is now selling not Big Macs at every BK in Europe. And McDonald's can't do a single thing about it because they lost the trademark to the term Big Mac, and it's absolutely
Burger
beautiful.
Big
And
Mac.
while the savagery was pretty uniquely pointed at McDonald's in particular for a long time,
It's
it's
so
kind of
funny.
leaked out and now anybody can get it. Ever since Burger King got Twitter, they're just clapping back at everybody online. In 2018, Kanye tweeted that McDonald's was his favorite restaurant, to which BK reposted and just said, "That explains a lot," which is a tweet that is just aged like fine wine. In 2021, on International Women's Day, Burger King tweeted,
Bro,
"Women
what
belong
is
in the kitchen."
this?
Now, to their credit, the first comment made immediately after that tweet and pinned by Burger King was explaining how women only account for 20% of chefs and they wanted to get more women involved in the culinary industry. However, people aren't clicking into the comments section and
Of
reading
course
the comments
not.
once they read that. They're just clicking and immediately getting pissed off.
Oh
and
my
typing
god, what
something
is that
furiously. So once
emoji?
again, Burger
It's
King
a
gave
big
the
mouth,
average person
Jesus.
too much credit on their
Well,
intelligence,
thank you.
and nobody actually read the secondary part where they like had a heartfelt
Oh
message
my
of
God.
trying to, you know, get women into the workforce. No, people were just immediately pissed. And then who could forget December 9th, 2024, right after the man that assassinated the healthcare CEO was captured after being identified by a McDonald's worker. Burger King
McDonald's
allegedly
worker.
tweeted, "We don't snitch."
This motherfucker don't miss.
Now, in Burger King's defense, that's not
Bro,
a real
let's
tweet, and they didn't
go.
actually tweet that. That was fabricated and then spread
Ah,
all over the
okay.
internet after the fact. However, the fact that a lot of people had to go
Oh my
online
God,
and
that's
verify that was a
amazing.
fake tweet speaks volumes. Which brings us to the Burger King
I hope you
scandals,
like the
because
stuff. I
let's face
like
you
it,
can't
because
troll
then you
this
get
hard
a
and
ton
beat
of
this savage on the
emojis. They're so
internet, not go a little
adorable.
bit too far every once in a while, and they've done it. In 2009, they had the Whopper Sacrifice
Whopper.
campaign, and you could literally download an app on your phone that would integrate with Facebook, and you could pick 10 people to delete off your friends list.
Oh my
and if you
God,
did
that's-
it would send a message to
Those
that
are
friend that you
shaking, bro.
unfriended,
Those
and it would be
emojis are
like,
so
"You just got
cute."
sacrificed for a Whopper, and
Let's
then after you did that 10
go.
times, you would get a coupon for a free Whopper. Apparently, a bunch of people got really mad about this. Personally, I think that's absolutely hilarious. If you're gonna get mad at me because I unfriended you on Facebook to get a free Whopper and you're not understanding, honestly, I don't know why we're friends to begin with in the first place. Okay, back when I did have Facebook, I would unfriend the best man in my wedding every year on his birthday and then re-add him the next day for no other reason that it was funny, okay? If you incentivized me with free
Yeah, I
Whoppers,
think
I'd do
that's
it every day. And guess
getting a
what?
free
You would
burger
laugh
is
every
cool.
single
People
day
don't
'cause
get
that
mad
shit's
about
funny.
that.
But this pales in comparison to their biggest scandal ever. In 2018, it was the Russian Soccer World Cup. And
What?
a Burger King franchise in Russia advertised and offered out $47,000 in cash and a lifetime supply of free Whoppers to any woman that would get impregnated by a World Cup soccer player. This was to, and I quote,
What
"get the best
is
football genes and lay
this?
down the success of the Russian national football team." Now, on one hand, is that funny? My lawyer told me that I have to say no. On the other hand, could you imagine some Russian woman getting knocked up by a football player and immediately calling JG Wentworth?
It's my
Oh my god, those emojis are so cute and
And the craziest part
tiny.
about all this is that
I
people
like
weren't
them. They're
actually
so
mad
cute.
that Burger King was essentially incentivizing women to become gold diggers for Whoppers. No, the public
They're so
outcry was
adorable.
essentially saying that this promotion excluded women that weren't capable of bearing children. No, I'm just fucking with you. But
Aw.
the fact that I had you going for that long speaks volumes of the world that we live in today. So yeah, in conclusion, that is Burger King in a nutshell. They were basically founded to troll McDonald's, and now they just fuck
I
with
like
everybody for
Burger
fun and
King.
sell
It
hamburgers
does
on the
King
side.
Sandy
Is it a
Caramel.
good
It's
business model?
amazing.
One that I would recommend that you pursue? Probably not, but also, I'm here for it. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out. You guys gotta quit sending me memes. I don't think I'm mature enough to handle the internet.
Lol. Oh my god, so cute. That's... Oh my god, that's so adorable. You guys have so many emojis. I still didn't make ones for the channel, but I will do probably this or next week. You know? But yeah, I like this video. This guy was mentioned. Serious beef, lol. But I like Burger King. You know? Okay, last video of today will be Spirit Halloween.
All right, it's October, meaning we've got about 45 seconds until we're all bombarded by the sounds of children crying and in-laws complaining, all while Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You, sings in the background for the next 2 months of our lives, just completely unable to hear our own thoughts. But in the meantime, today we're talking about Spirit Halloween. You know, the Halloween store that pops up in the abandoned Kmart every year and sells a bunch of single-use costumes that have funky names because they don't want to actually pay for a license for a famous character. That place. All right, just so we're on the same page, it's going to sound like I'm talking smack about Spirit Halloween a lot throughout this video. I'm not, okay? A, I respect the hustle. B, I'm absolutely fascinated with how savage this business model actually is. Speaking of business, let's go ahead and get this ad out of the way.
And now a word from our sponsor, Delete Me.
Whoa. That's so... What?
Delete me! Did I do it right?
No, you were supposed to walk from the other side of the room just like I had to.
Work smarter, not harder.
This is why I never finish.
I heard that.
You forgot the light.
Is that a real gun?
Thanks. Anyways, Delete Me. Super straightforward business. You give them money, they turn around and they make sure the data brokers aren't selling your personal information on the internet. So here's how this happens. Pretty much anytime you use a free app or internet service, that app or service isn't actually free. What they're doing is they're harvesting your personal information.
Oh my god.
Data brokers, and then the data brokers.
It's kind of hard for me because I just think it's a toy.
Legally required to stop selling your personal information if you.
You know, here we can't have guns.
There's a bunch of different data brokers, and they all have a different process for you to formally request that they quit selling your information. That's where Delete Me comes in. Delete Me monitors all the biggest data brokers for your personal information, and as soon as it comes up for sale, they automatically write in and have them take it down as soon as possible. And then as long as you're subscribed to Delete Me, they will continue to monitor, checking and rechecking for your personal information at these data brokers over and over and over again to make sure if they do ever come in contact with your data again, they have to delete it again. So if that's something you'd be interested in, I will have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, our story begins in the early 1980s with the founder of Spirit Halloween, a guy by the name of Joe Marver. And no, I'm not about to tell you the story about some dude that grew up and his favorite holiday was Halloween and he wanted to run a costume store and he overcame adversity to run the biggest costume store in the world. No, he was running a normal brick and mortar women's apparel store known as Spirit Women's Discount Apparel. And then one October in like 1981, 1982, there was this locally owned pop-up Halloween store that would go into the empty business right next door to him, and he noticed that they were getting more traffic and more customers in that single month than he was getting all year long. And Joe, the entrepreneur, immediately recognizes how brilliant this business strategy actually is, because a significant portion of the revenue that a company makes during the entire year is actually made just during the holiday season, right? It's the end of the year. It's the playoffs. It's the Super Bowl. It's where you're getting the most bang for your buck.
'Tis the season to be merry.
Well, that's my name.
Oh shit.
And this Halloween store is essentially skipping all the regular season games and just showing up straight to the playoffs like it's a championship,
Jesus
making a ton of
Christ.
money, and then dipping out and taking the other 10 months of the year off. It's brilliant. Now that in itself is enough, but then you look at what these Halloween stores are selling and it makes it that much more appealing because they have extremely low expectations, right? This is basically a single
They have a lot of
Halloween
things.
costume, right? Nobody needs to be dressing up like a slutty nurse multiple times. This costume needs to function for like the 4 to 6 hours that you're going to be wearing it during Halloween, and then you're going to throw it in the trash. And guess
No
what?
way, don't do that.
For one night, you don't really care if it's comfortable. You don't really care if it fits that great. Just the standard for the product that they have to sell, there is no standard. The bar for that is in hell. Okay, nobody cares. Everybody that goes into a Spirit Halloween knows beyond the shadow of a doubt they're basically buying garbage.
Spudnik.
Okay, then that's not so good.
Wow, I don't have the worst costume anymore.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that because everybody knows exactly what they're getting into, okay? It's like Little Caesars Pizza, right? What's their slogan? Hot and ready. Is it good pizza? Motherfucker, it's hot and it's ready and it costs $5. Do you want it or not? You know what you're getting into. And I know what you're thinking. What about Karen, right? We all have that one aunt. Our mom has that one friend. We all know that woman that has the audacity to go to a restaurant, eat the entire entree, and then bitch that it wasn't cooked right, trying to get a discount, if not get the entire thing for free. That's the beauty of the entire thing. The entire business model has anti-Karen technology integrated right in, right? Because guess what? You can't be dissatisfied with how your Halloween costume performed until after Halloween. And guess what's gonna happen after Halloween when Karen rolls up in her white Suburban ready to berate a bunch of retail workers about how itchy little Timmy's eczema is after wearing his fucking costume? Nothing. Nothing's gonna happen because it's an empty fucking building now. They're gone.
Sorry.
So, what about the workers? Do they get 10 months of,
It's
I don't know, holidays?
ask
I don't
questions,
know,
and even drop in a note.
vacation?
These temporary Halloween stores literally get to roll up during the holiday season, the busiest, most profitable time of the year, and open a new store, increasing traffic because everybody wants to go check out the new store, and they open it under the pretenses that they're having a going out of business sale, which also increases the amount of foot traffic and people that want to go to the store. And then they make all their money and then they fucking dip. It's absolutely brilliant. It's so
they're
good.
temporary. I thought they were like
but it's completely
people that work like 1 month and then it's
so Joe, being
vacation.
an entrepreneur, recognizes this and is like, yo, I'm gonna do that from now on. And in 1983, he converts Spirit Women's Discount Apparel into Spirit Halloween. He makes over 6 figures in like 6 weeks. And then he's like, yeah, I'm doing this from now on. From there, every year he opens up more and more Spirit Halloween stores in his region. And then by the 1990s, he's operating like 60 stores every single year. And in 1999, he actually gets bought out by Spencer's Gifts. From there, he kind of becomes a CEO for a little bit. Now I still believe he sits on the board, but from here is where things really start to take off for the company and they get absolutely huge. Fast forward to 2024, they're operating 1,500 of these stores all over the country. And they're not just like small retail places on Main Street in small town America. No, these are like abandoned Kmarts that are at least 10,000 square feet or more. Okay, I'm gonna say that a little bit slower because I don't feel like you're picking up what I'm putting down, okay? Spirit Halloween manages to open, operate, and close down 1,500 10,000 square foot retail spaces in the span of 8 to 6 weeks. Okay, do you understand how fucking crazy that is? Spirit Halloween has some of the best logistical capabilities of any entity on the planet. Off the top of my head, the only ones that are competing with Spirit Halloween are like the United States military and Amazon Prime. That's it. Those
Amazon Prime
that have better logistics than this fucking Halloween store. And what's crazy is there's still an even more impressive aspect to this business because most of their full-time employees are on this realty team, and this realty team goes around and gets all the leases for these.
There's no Spirit Halloween in some places.
Do you understand the ability of those realtors to close a deal? It's absolutely insane. Just so we're all on the same page, these realtors' full-time job is to track down and find companies that have gone out of business and still have their retail space. And then they roll up being like, hey, I work for Spirit.
What happens?
Here's my business card. You like that? That logo of the Grim Reaper as I'm coming to visit. And then they roll up.
Sorry.
Like, hey, I work for Spirit Halloween. Here's my business card.
Sorry, it went. Sorry, the stream crashed. Okay, everything is good. Sorry. Sorry. Now this is going to start soon anyway, so let's just wait till the ad passes. It died, don't you worry, I'm here. And crazy emoji. So cute, thank you. Oh my god, what is that? That's fire? Let me see. Glitchlet. That's cute. Look at that. Yeah, we need to wait till the ad stops. Some seconds. Okay, guess the ad is over. Let's finish this.
you after your business just died. By the way, that's not the Grim Reaper, that's Jack the Reaper. It's a play on Jack the Ripper. Haha, puns. Anyways, sorry your business just died, but I had an interesting proposal. What if I throw a Halloween party inside of its corpse?
LOL.
Crazy Week Brinquedos em VOD.pt. Até menos 40% em tudo. Aproveite já.
Okay.
It's literally the commercial real estate equivalent of like donating your body to science, right? They're just rolling up to old Best Buys and Kmart's like, hey, you're not selling flat screens in here anymore. Let me get some animatronic skeletons and shit in here. Sell some fake blood, you know? Why not? The entire business model is hilarious because it seems like this savage cutthroat business model, but actually literally nobody's getting hurt because it's like, what else are you going to do with that empty retail space? You know what I mean? Like you get to make a couple of bucks. All the people in town get to drag their little 3 to 5 year old kids to see the haunted house while they buy their Halloween costume, and then they fuck off till next year. Like, there's no losers in the entire equation. And it shows because they are making a ton of money in a 6-week span. Last year, they made $1.1 billion. Billion! Okay, that's like $23 million a day. That's $200 billion.
Oh my god, so many emotes. Jesus Christ.
Now, granted, that's revenue, not profit. I'm sure they have a ton of overhead on top
of that. Oh my god.
It's still impressive that they're making $1.1 billion.
Thank you.
A couple of other interesting things about Halloween, they absolutely do not like being made fun of. How do I know this? Well, because the infamous Saturday Night Live skit where they did like a 3-minute bit making fun of Spirit Halloween, and then Spirit Halloween retaliated by tweeting this.
What?
I wonder if they're gonna make a fat electrician costume next. You know what? I'll do it.
I'm a piece of fucking white trash, I say it proudly. Here, tell these people something they don't know about me.
All right, let's end this on a high note. Spirit of Halloween, in addition to making a ton of money, also runs a children's charity known as Spirit of Children, and since 2006, they have raised over $146 million, as well as provided all the costumes and necessities for these children.
Thank you for the
to be able to
emotes.
throw Halloween parties every single year. So in conclusion, that is Spirit Halloween, probably the most wholesomely savage company on the planet. They literally show up with their Grim Reaper logo, offer to throw a Halloween party in the ruins of your failed business, make a ton of money, and then dip out before Karen can show up wanting to return the product. And then they donate a bunch of money to children's hospitals and then get ready to do it all over again next year. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some.
You know, Spirit Halloween sounds like a good company donating to children and stuff. That looks cool. I like that.
I wonder how much money Mariah Carey makes in royalties every single holiday season.
3 million. Okay, I guess it's good. You know, I guess we finished for the reactions of today. Emotes! Oh my god, my thing crashed. Wait. So cute, tiny emotes. I love that. Let me fix my model. Wait, I'm fixing this. Oh my god, so many. Jesus, you have a lot of emotes. Look at that. Okay, I fixed it. So, yeah, so we're gonna finish the stream now, okay? We did some reactions. Tomorrow is gonna be normal streaming, art and gaming as usual, and chatting. I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you're fun. I hope you're happy. Thank you so much for so many emotes. You're all adorable. Good night. Thank you, I guess. And thank you so much for being here. Oh my god, so many emotes. Thank you. I love this. So yeah, and now we're gonna raid and see you tomorrow, okay? The time is to you. 4 p.m. and 11. Here is 4 p.m. It's so cute, you're adorable, I love you. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Keep shining and see you next time, okay? Now let's raid. Bye. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's raid. Good evening to you then. Thank you so much. Now let's raid. Okay. Raid, you're adorable. I love you. Okay, let's see. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's try this one. It's called Nozora VR. Don't know who it is, but probably it's cool, okay? So let's start the rating. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good ride. Bye.